and the colleagues from ENISA. And we will start with some logistics remarks, and the conference will be recorded, and this recording will be publicly available later on the ENISA webpage. You who are online, you also have a chat lobby in the interactive platform which is called Let's Get Digital. I think you saw it when you registered. And during the breaks, we can mingle together, or you can mingle in that chat lobby and put questions there. And there will be a Q&A session at the end of the day. So for people in the room, use the breaks, especially the second technical break that will come, to put questions that will be put in the Q&A session to the respective moderators. For you who are online, use that chat lobby to organize these questions or put the questions so they can be collected there. So we will have 2 coffee breaks during the day. The first one will be a long, real one with coffee, and the other one will be more of a technical break to make the last collection of questions. The panels, for the first keynotes, there will be a 70-minute session, slightly a small change in the setup there, in the schedule. And then the second panel has been reduced to a panel with only experts, so that will last 40 minutes. Other panels will go ahead as planned. So I will now introduce the first session, and I will leave to the moderator of that session, Andreas Mitrakas at ENISA, to introduce panelists and the session. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Many thanks, Jürgen, for the nice introduction. Welcome to what seems to be the 5th of our Cybersecurity Certification Conferences, something that started in 2018 at the request of the Commission, as ENISA had to catch up with everyone else in this new area. Is morphing into a small community. It's in terms of participation, the latest tally suggests over 1,000 registrations, which is not very important. It's still second to the avatars that performed last week, so you probably have not missed that show. And of course, that pleases us enormously. For the keynote session, of course, we will open with Johan Lepassar, Executive Director. We have Agnieszka Worzyk from the Commission. She will join us online. Lukasz Kinter from NUKIB in Czechia. He will join us also online. And of course, we have Sandra Mendola of BSI and Cinzia Messiroli from Senelec to complete the 70-minute session. 2 words about housekeeping. Please look around about the fire exit, especially the ones online, because the ones who are in this room, they were very well pointed to with the signage. And arrange your headsets if you must, and remain comfortable, because it will be big fun. Okay, so thank you. Johan, on to you.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you also, Andreas, for pointing out a potential new key performance indicator to measure the success of this conference for next year. I expect that we will have more participants than the ABBA Avatars conference. Let's see. But it's impressive. I think the fact that more than 1,000 people have registered, and I duly appreciate that not all of them have shown up here in this room, because we would not fit. Shows the interest that certification creates and the potential of certification as well. As Andreas said, it's the 5th certification conference in its renewed hybrid formats, and we hope that you will enjoy also the new tools that the team has put in place for those participants who participate online. So do engage and please use these new opportunities. Since the last edition of this conference some 6 months ago, we can now see the adoption of the first certification scheme under the EU Cybersecurity Certification Framework within reach. Within the implementing act, the EU Common Criteria Scheme, will enter the last stage of the process of becoming a reality. Through each scheme will always have its own set of challenges. The EU Common Criteria experience is also helping us to make good progress across all Commission requests which are currently being processed by the agency, namely the scheme for cloud services and the scheme for 5G. A recurring theme emerging in the political discussions concerns the notion of digital sovereignty and strategic autonomy as they extend the meaning of technical trust in certification, but need to be expressed through tangible, auditable security controls. Indeed, digital sovereignty can provide guidelines to legal and supply chain requirements for cybersecurity. The agency's work on the development of cybersecurity certification schemes aims at supporting the Union and the Member States in their expectations regarding sovereignty. What the certification working groups within the agency are increasingly succeeding in doing is to build consensus among technical experts related to security requirements that address the quest for more digital sovereignty and help reduce dependencies. And I really would like to extend the gratitude of the agency to all the experts that participate in the now numerous ad hoc expert groups that we have on certification. We know that certification will provide a layer of what public policy calls for in cybersecurity. Certification can be an important part of the solution and is increasingly being considered as an instrument in other emerging regulatory initiatives, such as the AI regulation, the CHIPS Act, the Network Information Security Directive review, which was just agreed by the legislators a couple of weeks ago, and hopefully also within the emerging Cyber Resilience Act. These initiatives are providing new impetus for cybersecurity certification in the EU, and they fulfill important gaps. I hope to have provided some initial thoughts with these welcoming remarks to provoke a lively and open discussion in your conference in the next 2 days. And it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all in Athens, physically or virtually. And by that, I declare the 5th edition of ENISA Certification Conference opened. Thank you.
Great, important message, digital sovereignty. I think we keep it, it will permeate the discussions today and tomorrow. Perhaps we can move on to our online presentation by Agnieszka Warzik of the Commission. Are we ready for
Good afternoon. Great. Can you hear me well?
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Welcome, Agnieszka.
Thank you so much. It is my great pleasure that I can participate in ENISA Cybersecurity Certification Conference this year. And it's a great pity from my side that I cannot be with you, but I'm sure that we will have many more opportunities in the coming months to meet in person. I think this conference is an excellent framework to discuss the matters of certification and how and what ways and by which means we can further create and develop and implement the EU Cybersecurity Certification Framework effectively, how to look for new areas where the development is needed. It is one and unique opportunity because so many of you experts in the field are in the room, and we'll be discussing today what is needed, where are still the gaps, and in what way we can best approach to create the framework that I think we are all agreeing that should it is voluntary, should be market-oriented, should try to find the way to help in building the trust in the product, services, and processes that are on the market. The certification can help us very much to show this trust. It's one of the tools that we have now. And we need it for business because it will be just easier to continue and to put the offers on the EU market, but also shows the reference to our global partners. But it is an important tool for citizen individuals. For them, it will be just easier to see whether the products that they want to use, and by citizens individual, but also companies and administrative bodies, it will be easier for them to see whatever they use, obtain, or operate are by design ready to face the current and emerging cybersecurity threats, and that provide this trust that we can still continue. They can still continue the operations, while more and more relying on digital environment and digital transformation. And I think I don't have to explain to you, because you know the best, that recently this reliance is growing, and although pandemic that actually boost us into this process strongly, hopefully is over or diminishing, but the reliance on the digital environment is here to stay. And this, I think from the beginning that we started to develop and create the EU Cybersecurity Certification Framework, all a member state, ENISA, and the Commission, but also the experts and the community is more and more committed to the framework. And in fact, in various new EU Commission proposals, they are now being negotiating some of them. Executive Director already mentioned AI or regulation on machinery products, amended regulation on European digital identity. They include cybersecurity certification as an opportunity to demonstrate conformity with cybersecurity requirements. Also, CHIPS Act was mentioned, and we are still all awaiting for the Cyber Resilience Act that will have also impact on our work in the certification environment. But in all case, on all these legislative proposals, and also in view to promote coherence between the schemes that are now in development, that was also already mentioned, and potential future schemes, we need to assess what we really need, what we have the possibility to reuse from the frameworks that are already coming, hopefully soon to reality and to be adopted, but also in a way how we can also develop new schemes and whether we can use the composing certificates from different schemes. This all, in my opinion, needs in-depth assessment and should be accompanied by the gap analysis, what is needed, and before the next request for schemes will be made. And this brings me to the point where I would like to really underline the need of cooperation of us all, and especially thank you for the commitment and efforts in engaging of the work. And here, you experts in the field, ENISA, that is leading the work. We are each step closer to deliver the objective that we have in front of us to create a risk-suitable, solid, and market-oriented EU certification schemes that will be beneficial for the business and for the users. And we rely on the participation and engagement from your side, because you have the knowledge, and you with this knowledge we can really see what are the needs and the best ways to deliver the schemes that are necessary. But the certification is not the only thing, and it has actually a twin brother or sister, and this is the standardization, and we should not forget about this. And we are also committed in the Commission to work together and to make sure that these two strands of work come hand in hand and in parallel. And in fact, European Standardization Strategy of 2022 brings this principle of coming together with the cybersecurity strategy in just to name a few, to anticipate what standards we need, to improve the governance on the standardization system, to support innovation. And now to the schemes that are in development. I actually have not much to add what was already said, but indeed the EU common criteria implementing regulation is coming to shape, and we are hoping that after the summer we will be able to start comitology procedure that will lead to the adoption. And after the adoption, the scheme will come into force EU-wide with a transition period of 2 years. And here I would like to again it was the basis for our implementing act. It takes us a bit of time, and I know that, to translate it into now the implementing regulation, but I hope we will be able to also learn from this experience for the future, for the next schemes that arrive, to work a bit faster. It was already mentioned that the next one coming is the EU Cloud Scheme, that we're hoping also that will be transmitted for the opinion of the ECCG soon. And the work on 5G scheme is well advancing, and the preparation of the candidate scheme, so the second phase, will start also shortly. And allow me at the end just quickly tell you a few words about one aspect that we are also working on in the Commission, and this means funding. You know that the Commission, together with member states, committed to until 2027 to allocate about 1.5 billion euros to projects with the aim to make the single market more cyber resilient, and this will be under the roof of the European Cybersecurity Competence Center. And cybersecurity certification is also supported by Horizon Europe and Digital Europe programs. And in fact, there will be a call in June, starting open on 30th of June, of Horizon Europe, that we allocate 18 million euro to tools for dynamic testing and to the agile certification of ICT products, services, and processes. And there will be also allocation of 17.3 million euro to trustworthy methodologies, tools, and data security by design for dynamic testing of potentially vulnerable, insecure hardware and software components. And with this subject, the expected projects can also cover certification. As I said, the call will open 30th of June and will close on the 16th of November. And I would like to encourage you to see whether you will have projects to submit under this call. And another, in addition to this, there will be also a call under the Digital Europe program in September that will support certification with 5 million euro to increase and facilitate security and interoperability testing capabilities and certification of connected ICT system, and to also improve the capabilities and cooperation of stakeholders. So I hope you will keep an eye on these possibilities of funding and take advantage of them. And we are awaiting many good proposals from your side. I am looking very much forward to the discussions today and tomorrow. I will be listening with great attention, also learning from the experts that will be speaking later today. And I would like to once again thank you for your continuous support and engagement to creating and developing EU cyber certification framework. Thank you very much, and good luck today and tomorrow with all the discussions.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you hear me well. It's a great pleasure for me to be a part of this year ENISA Cybersecurity Certification Conference. Thanks for the opportunity to be a part of this keynote. I'm honored to speak here on behalf of Czech National Cyber and Information Security Agency. Firstly, let me few general words. ICT products, processes, and services are becoming a daily part of almost every aspect of our lives. Just as all of us want to ensure physical security, we should strive to ensure cybersecurity now. We must get used to that the cybersecurity is necessary as well. It isn't for free and comfortable every time. More and more complex IT solutions that improve our living level are provided as uniform service, but the final value for user is frequently created by a line of providers, and that's why the importance of supply chain security is growing in such a fast way. And some recent incidents, for example, with SolarWinds, makes the growth even faster. Ensuring of the cybersecurity is no longer about technical measures. In other words, ensuring of the cybersecurity has long been more than just about technical measures, and one of the key aspects is trustworthiness of a service provider or supplier and their solutions. This brings me to the next point, and it is EU certification framework. EU certification framework should improve the functioning of the internal market by increasing the level of cybersecurity in the EU and enabling a harmonized approach at EU level to European cybersecurity certification schemes with a view to creating a digital single market for ICT products, services, and processes. From our point of view, the aim of certification schemes is to achieve various security objectives, such as the availability, the authenticity, integrity, and confidentiality of data and service throughout their life cycle. We expect to have ICT products, services, and processes with assured cybersecurity level on EU market, and the harmonization should help both producers, bringing them more opportunities, as well as corporate clients and ordinary citizens by lowering the cybersecurity risk and especially a risk of vendor lock. NUKIP representatives are currently active in European Cyber Certification Group and in ad hoc working groups for common criteria, cloud services, and 5G. And at the same time, we are now getting ready to perform activities assigned to a National Cybersecurity Certification Authority in Cybersecurity Act. First of all, providing support to national accreditation body and performing authorization of conformity assessment bodies. In the Czech Republic, we don't have any own certification scheme for ICT products now, and therefore we are appreciate such action at the European level. We welcome possibility to use EU certification scheme on national level on voluntary basis. And we take these schemes and processes as one of the important parts of system ensuring the cybersecurity in the Czech Republic. And we hope that the certification should help strengthen the trustworthiness, for example, by audit by independent third party. However, let me go back to the EUCS for a minute. European Cybersecurity Certification Candidate Scheme for Cloud Services intends to harmonize the security of cloud services with EU regulations, international standards, best industrial practice, as well as with existing certification in EU member states, mainly C5. Among certification requirements is proper description of responsibilities for cybersecurity between provider and customer. Cloud environment is specified by the significant dependency on the cloud service providers and limited possibilities to verify their real level of the cybersecurity by each customer. Data may travel all around the world into different jurisdictions with specific requirements on cloud service providers for submission these data to law enforcement body. All is based on cloud service providers' trustworthiness, and the certification could be one of the aspects that improve it. But cybersecurity is not the only view that should be considered. There is also economic and operational view as well. With restrictive requirements, usually supply falls and the price grows. It's necessary to find good balance between these conflicting interests. As I have already mentioned, we have our own ICT certification scheme in the Czech Republic now, but we have experience with national regulation of cloud services, which is based on 3 key aspects. The first of them is about trustable providers. Cloud service providers are verified with respect to public order, security, and respect for the rights of third parties. The set of requirements on them and cloud computing services is working as the entry criteria. The second one could be called as transparency of data processing, and it's about requirements for the information about data processing. Simply where, why, and how long are processed abroad, and about the export of data outside the EU that should be limited for only necessary cases. But not least is responsibility. The public authorities are still responsible for information security, even in the event of using cloud services. The responsibility isn't transferable. Last point that I'd like to briefly talk about is upcoming of the Czech EU presidency. Let me stress out that the Czech Republic, as an upcoming presidency of the Council of the EU, would like to bring the topic of the ICT supply chain security to the focus of the European Union. Given the complex nature of the ICT supply chain security, we believe that we should aim for a coordinated and holistic approach to this topic using all available means and tools, ranging for the exchange on the best practice on soft policies to the adoption and implementation of EU certification and regulation. In relation to the certification, we would welcome the integration of the aspects touching upon suppliers' trustworthiness and reducing strategic dependencies into the EU Cloud Services Certification Scheme under CSA framework. And we would be happy to see this continuing in the future too. Finally, I'd like to finish by thanking the organizers one more time for the invitation, thanking to you all for your attention, and by wishing you all a fruitful and enriching conference. Thank you and have a nice rest of the day.
For those who have met Sandro, this introduction does not need to be repeated. But we had a small snag. And indeed, Sandro Amendola is our next speaker. He works for BSI in Germany. Sandro is the head of division Standardization, Certification, and Cybersecurity of Telecommunication Networks. Sandro, many thanks for joining us.
So the slide are here. Is the slide? So great. Can start. Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to give a keynote here at ENISA as a German representative. Thank you very much for you to listen to my keynote on certification and regulation, how to evolve a voluntary framework, and my presentation will come back to the Cyber Resilience Act. I will go for a keynote probably a little bit deep what the details are, but we will see. So what is the situation today? We have increasing number of security incidents which are mainly caused by vulnerabilities in ICT security and ICT products. So there's a gap to fill. The European Union has recognized this gap, and they have said that they will want to implement the Cyber Resilience Act. What is the Cyber Resilience Act? Next slide. Okay. The Cyber Resilience Act is aimed to set up streamlined horizontal cybersecurity requirements for a wide range of digital products and ancillary services that are to be placed on the internal market. That means we will have mandatory requirements to be met. We have a huge product scope. All digital products shall be considered, and there are ancillary services, including tangible digital products and intangible digital products. So if you're now thinking how you could implement such a regulation and you're looking around, you find the new legislative framework, which is working very fine in the area of safety. So the new legislative framework is a package of measures that aim to improve market surveillance and boost the quality of conformity assessment. The new legislative framework is working on the area of safety, but we are now in the area of security. So safety is not security. It's very important to say this, because safety is, a product is safe if it works as expected in a friendly environment, whereas security means a product is secure if it is resistant against malicious attackers. So it is not, from our point of view, not sufficient to remain only within the new legislative framework, because we have another act considering cybersecurity. It's the Cybersecurity Act, so we have to link both together. There have to be a bridge, and we see a bridge here. The bridge is the conformity assessment bodies, because there exist within the NLF, the conformity assessment bodies, and within the Cybersecurity Act, we have conformity assessment bodies. And if we say, that's one important statement, that the conformity assessment bodies within NLF have to work according to Cybersecurity Act rules, we have the bridge between NLF and Cybersecurity Act. In addition, with this bridge, we will get the whole framework around the conformity assessment bodies of the Cybersecurity Act. We will get the national cybersecurity certification agencies, we will get the European Cybersecurity Certification Group, and we will get an infrastructure to handle vulnerabilities, because vulnerabilities are the main difference between safety and security. If we look at the market surveillance and the market supervision, then we have to go to market surveillance, because market supervision means you observe, you warn, but what we want is to act. And the new legislative framework gives the chance to act. And certainly we have certification schemes that are going to be used for conformity assessment. As I've already said, vulnerabilities are of importance. Expect the unexpected. Vulnerabilities are often introduced by inconspicuous components. Vendors are often not aware of using those components. So we have a risk in the supply chain, as we have heard in the other presentation. That will be very important. We have to reduce risks in the supply chain. How can we do this? It is here the solution that we propose, and the solution that is discussed worldwide, especially today in the United States, is a software bill of material. So we require a software bill of material for ICT products. With this software bill of materials, we will have the chance to automatically track dependencies and identify vulnerable products. And in the example, for example, we would know where the log4j vulnerability is really in the ICT products. So now I came to the last slide. It's a bit technical now, but it's however important. Now this is our solution that we would like to propose how the Cyber Resilience Act could be implemented. we see on the left side the products. There are many products with low risk, and there are few products with high risk. From our point of view, for most of the products, we will have low risk. However, for these products, we need the software bill of materials. And we need vendor obligations to be met by the products. And, but this based certainly on vendor declaration, because for so many products, we cannot mandate a complicated scheme. And we would reduce with the software bill of material, we would reduce supply chain risk. And one requirement would certainly be to have software updates. On the highest risk, I think that here in the audience, everyone would agree that we have to go for the Cybersecurity Act certification. So components with highest risk must be certified at a level substantial or high, depending on the risk. And products which fall in this category, from our point of view, are typical products in the security area with security functionality, like secure elements and packet filter and firewalls. So at the lowest level, we have the software bill of material with vendor obligations. The highest level, we have certification. The challenge is substantial risk. What we are going to do with substantial risks. And substantial risks, there are critical products having substantial risk, like a router or mobile operating systems. And here we propose something that we have already currently in the Radio Equipment Directive. It is that we are going for self-declaration if we have harmonized standards, or if we go for certification with caps which are working according to Cybersecurity Act rules, and verifying the so-called essential requirements. The point here is that we believe that it is not necessary, not strongly necessary, to have an evaluation methodology. We believe that at the level substantial, a cap probably can also do its work only based on the essential requirements. In the safety area, this worked, so probably it's not necessary to have an evaluation methodology if the cap is doing its work and evaluating the product. But what is really important for us is a difference now to the Radio Equipment Directive regarding the harmonized standards. Because the harmonized standards, we are convinced that the vendor should be able, if a harmonized standard exists, to declare that he is compliant with these harmonized standards, but the harmonized standard should refer to certified subcomponents. This is very important. So it's not only a harmonized standard that the vendor has its requirements to meet. If he uses products within its product, other components, subcomponents, these components has to be certified. And the most important example that we have here would be a secure element. If you have a mobile phone, mobile operating system, the mobile phone vendor would make self-declaration, but it would use a secure element, and the secure element has to be certified. This also is an approach which we know from the machine directive. Yes, this is our proposition. On one side, we would meet with this proposition market needs, because we use the NLF, and an NLF has shown that it worked. And on the other side, we would meet cybersecurity requirements, because we use the infrastructure of the Cybersecurity Act. Thank you very much.
Thank you. But could you hold on for a second? Yeah. Since we have you here, yeah. And that's so great because everybody else was online. Could you elaborate perhaps on the notion of accreditation, how you see accreditation assisting functioning in this model that you suggested?
Yes. Probably most of you know that we have some problems in Germany with accreditation. So, okay, no, to be honest, accreditation is very important. If you do accreditation in the right way, then it can help to harmonized test procedure, and we also have accreditation today in the NLF framework. And if you apply accreditation in the right way, it's a good idea, and we should go for that. To good accreditation, effective accreditation.
Okay, Sandro clearly is a fine engineer and a fine diplomat, as it seems. He can tiptoe around questions quite easily, and he also gave us the news that there are specific views about accreditation in Germany. So many thanks for both and for the great presentation. So indeed, I think that's a good moment to move along. We will use up the entire 70 minutes, so sit tight. Our next important speaker is Cinzia Missiroli, Director at Senelec, the European Standards Organization. Cinzia, the floor is yours. No, it's okay. It's okay now?
Now it's okay? So I don't have to press anything. It works. Okay, good. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks again to ENISA for this nice invitation. And as a matter of fact, as a representative of 2 of the 3 European Standardization Organization, I was very pleased to hear, since the first few speakers, how it's important for certification and standardization to go hand in hand. And it's something that I will highlight throughout my presentation. As you probably know, Senelec, can I change myself the slides, or I need, yeah, okay, good. As you know, SEN and Senelec are 2 of the 3 European Standardization Organization as recognized by the EU law, Regulation 1025, that are allowed to develop European standards in support of EU policies and legislation, thanks to the contribution of thousands of experts. It's a huge network of experts that participate in the development process, thanks to our members, the national standardization bodies, national committees in 34 countries. And our members, ultimately, when we have a European standard that is published, our members have the obligation to implement it at national level and withdraw any conflicting national standards. Why I mention this aspect? Because this aspect is key for the harmonization element that is so crucial also for the cybersecurity schemes. And as you can understand, as a powerful tool, we really encourage ENISA to use as much as possible the European standards in the development of on the skills. And whenever it's not possible to refer to European standards, well, we have also standards that are developed by our international counterparts that are ISO and IEC. And when it's not possible then to refer to those standards, or the standards developed at European or international level are considered non-appropriate, only then eventually to refer to other type of specifications. However, in general, I would say that, as you know, legislation is evolving fast. Certification, standardization are evolving. And there is really an urgent need for all these 3 aspects to work together in the most aligned and coordinated way in order to reassure the European single market and the European stakeholders. Senelec activities are really framed in their strategy 2030 that builds upon the experience that the 2 organizations have for the development of standards for the vertical sectors. We were discussing before about the machinery, the R&D, just to name a few pieces of legislation for which we develop harmonized standards. And we can use the experience that we have in the sector-specific legislation in order to identify what are the needs of those sectors in response also to cybersecurity, and to complement cybersecurity horizontal approaches with vertical approaches within, and vertical solution whenever necessary. One of our key objectives of the future is really to build a future-proof in single market when it comes to the twin and digital transition, and to develop the standards that are needed in that respect. And of course, we do it thanks to your contribution, to the contribution of all the experts. And as I was referring before, we don't do it alone, but whenever possible, we really do it together with our international counterpart, ISO and IEC, because we believe that one global solution is the best solution whenever possible in order to facilitate trade, but then also ensure safety, security, quality, and interoperability. What do we believe is necessary in order to ensure a strong and efficient certification system for cybersecurity? Well, first of all, there's something that was mentioned earlier on, also by other speakers, the needs for standardization and in this case, for SANELEC and ENISA to really work together throughout the different steps. And we really invite ENISA to really rely on us and on the European standardization in order to support the schemes and also to support them to develop the schemes that are needed. Because ultimately, what we do when we develop European standards is we really bring together the experts that have a say in a specific topic. And as such, we make sure that ultimately the document that we develop have the trust of the market, and they're there in support of the market. In order to do that, in order to be able to also develop the document, the standards that are needed by the market and that are needed to support the certification scheme, what is necessary and what was mentioned also earlier on by Andreas is really ensure that we have the programming documents that are developed by the European Commission really aligned. We have the Annual Union Work Program for Standardization on one hand, the Union Rolling Work Program on the other hand, and we need those two documents at least to make sure that they are consistent and go in the same direction. And ultimately also to align those programs with the standardization one, because we also have our work program. And it's important that all those are aligned in order for us to anticipate what are the needs. As you know, standards are built upon a consensus building process. We really ensure that all the interests are taken into consideration during the drafting and the finalization of the document, but that takes time. So, you know, standards are not the quickest tool, but are a tool that we want at the end of the day to be a good tool to the benefit of the market. And we need time to make sure that what we develop is what you as stakeholders need. Something that I wanted to raise also in my presentation, but it was very well raised earlier on by the previous speakers, is the need also to ensure that there is an understanding and alignment between the cybersecurity framework and the NLF pieces of legislation, because it's key and the stakeholder needs clarity on how these different tools work together. Ultimately, as I mentioned also before, it's important that for the schemes to be successful to refer as much as possible to what already exists, if available, at European or international level. And as we are here also in Europe to make sure that there is this dialogue also and facilitate the dialogue with our international counterparts where, you know, there are already certification schemes available, conformity assessment available. So all these need to be done and orchestrated in a very coherent way. So far, we had quite a number of discussion and engagement with ENISA at different levels. First of all, we have ENISA participating and contributing to the work of our technical committees, in particular in our horizontal technical committees, that is the one that is in charge of cybersecurity documents. But it would be important that ENISA contribute and participate, and the experts contribute also in those vertical technical committees that are really developing specification for the specific sector. We are involved in the various other groups, in the SCCG groups. I'm participating in the advisory group of ENISA, so there is already some involvement at all those different levels. And we will really insist that we even embark in on a closer working relationship with ENISA to make sure that, as I mentioned before, whatever we develop, it responds to the necessary expectations. We have, as you know, in Europe, we have developed quite a number of documents. We have adopted also documents that have been developed in ISO and IEC, you know, the 27,000 series, now the 29,000 series. Why we have adopted, first of all, I would like to clarify why we have adopted those standards that were already available at international level. Well, because there is this difference that our members have the obligation to implement those standards at national level, and also because they are the European standards, the one that can support the European policies and legislations. There is some piece of work that I wanted to highlight that is currently ongoing or just finalized. That was also referred to earlier on, that are the work in reference to the cloud services schemes. As you know, we worked with ENISA towards the development of two documents that are two technical specifications that the ultimate goal is really the ones to support the certification schemes in those areas because there were no relevant documents. This follows really the request from ENISA. They are almost finalized. We are doing the necessary, if you allow me, procedural steps in order to launch the approval process this summer. And these are really based on the requirements that were put forward by the ad hoc working group of ENISA. And like this one, we would like to have the opportunity to develop further documents in future, while at the same time we would like to be more involved in the definition of what are the requirements to be met by the specifications. Something that I think could be important for you is the document that is mentioned there, that is also the PREN 17640, because this one is actually undergoing the formal vote. So if everything goes well, we expect it to be published early autumn. And why is important? Because this document really can be applied to all schemes and to covering all different assurance levels. And the objective is that can be used also through third-party certification, also for self-declaration. This, we believe, is only a European standard that could be a very good step forward in this direction. And the last piece of recent publication that we had is about the data protection and privacy by design and by default. This was just a few weeks ago, published a few weeks ago, and we believe that is a very good document that could support the manufacturers and service providers in identifying and defining and making sure the data and privacy aspects are considered from the beginning in the development, in the manufacturing of products and in the development of services, and can be applied throughout the different sectors, including, of course, security. And now, looking into the future, some interesting pieces of activities that we will start. You might be aware that the Commission is about to issue a standardization request for cybersecurity aspects related to the Radio Equipment Directive. It's a very crucial work. We are all on the edge of our seat waiting to receive the final text of this standardization request, because we also need to have the standards available by mid-2023. And as you know, this is going to be a very, very challenging deadline for us. We have also recently received a first draft of the standardization request on artificial intelligence that was, of course, calling for in relation to cybersecurity aspects, and we also expect ENISA involvement in this work, because maybe they could also be the basis for future schemes. And the standards that will be requested for this standardization request will not be harmonized standards, but we expect the second reiteration of this draft standardization request to request us really harmonized standards once the artificial intelligence legislation is adopted. And last but not least, we are also in discussion with the European Commission in order to develop and to assess what are the needs, and then see what we could do in the frame of semiconductor and also in the frame of the CHIPS Act. And I'm sure that the Commission will, if not done already, contact ENISA in order to see how they can contribute to that exercise for the development of trusted chips. And we are actually organizing a workshop in autumn, most probably with all the relevant stakeholders, with the Commission. Of course, ENISA is also involved in order to invited in order to define what are the needs in this area. And I would like really just to finish my speech by thanking again, first of all, ENISA for the invitation, and also once again reiterate how it's important how it is important for standardization and certification to go hand in hand, how it's important that we identify a dynamic, agile, interactive process in order to make sure that ultimately what is developed at the end of the day, both in terms of certification schemes and standardization, it's what is needed for the internal market and for the European stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Cinzia. Now, of course, you have 1 minute because we have 10 among us. I found indeed very informative your presentation. You also included all the right references that resonate with us. But if you had to pick one actor who could facilitate this collaboration between the certification pillar, which is emerging, and the standardization one, which is known, experienced, and very performative at the European level, especially in the harmonized standards area, who would be such an actor? Who is the greatest facilitator? Whom should we contact first?
Well, I think that we have the possibility, and we have this dialogue, and I think it's important that we keep on building what we already have developed. Of course, we have one of our big stakeholders in all this is the Commission. But on the other hand, I think that we have already initiating a dialogue that we just need to, among ENISA and the standardization organization and all the other stakeholders involved in the certification, what we just need is to make sure that we improve the dialogue, and but of course to make sure that all the relevant stakeholders, all the actors are involved at the different levels. So from the drafting of both the standards, of the schemes, until the finalization of the pieces. So I think we are there. You are almost there. We just need to find a smoother process to engage with each other. Yeah. Yeah.
Very good. Many thanks.
Thanks.
Cooperation. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. So indeed, I think cooperation is one of the keywords that came up, and several of the speakers went through it, either in terms of engaging with technical experts, with you, or reflecting the ENISA standpoint, which is was cooperation from the very start. We observed, for instance, the CSA, that knowledge wisdom had a workflow that could be relatively unworkable. If we had the ad hoc working groups and we produced a draft candidate scheme in the end, to show it to the member states in the ECCG, and if the member states had important observations, we would have to go back to square one. So we said, cooperation. Let's put the member states into the expert groups and see what happens. And I think wonderful things happened, because then the interaction became much richer and, of course, challenging sometimes, because you had mentioned also the magic word, sovereignty. And of course, sovereignty. But sovereignty is here to stay. So I think we have to find the technical ways to, the ways to interpret the technical notions, to interpret into technical notions. I think you can say it much, much better than I'm trying to say it. It eventually will happen. So in our classification breakdown of activities within ENISA, the area of certification falls under the strategic objective concerning trust. Alongside that, we develop also our work around standardization, and we also have the markets. Each area has its own connectors to small hinterlands. With standardization, we're just trying to reach out and essentially anticipate or better present in a more appropriate forum what is required in order to speed up the cycle of the production line of the schemes, to put it very simply. If we have all required standards ahead of time, then of course work can be carried out very quickly. We have a good example. Cynthia mentioned a bunch. Some of them I wasn't even aware about. But I also recall the IoT standard of ETSI, and I think that Sonia Compons is here. She's a person of the future. So if you are resilient and patient enough until tomorrow late in the day, you'll hear the future session and everything that goes along there. So you'll connect probably the high-level planning, policy planning of Sandro with something more tangible that comes closer to the end. Then the other important matter concerns supply chain, and there it's obvious that the member states are leading the way. We're very hopeful about it, because indeed it connects back to the notion of sovereignty, as Johan suggested in his introduction. And I would like to learn more on what are the boundaries, what we can use and reuse in order to make things a bit more easy to interpret within the schemes. So that is pretty much it. I also want to say 2 words about the area of markets. It might seem a bit of a bystander for the moment, but it's a brand new activity. You might know that we launched it last year. And what happened throughout the year was that we developed an analysis framework. And we took a vertical on connected devices, IoTs, essentially, with an industrial orientation, power networks. We had some very smart colleagues who did that, and an ad hoc working group that you might have met, or most members are still around. But that's not the important thing. The important thing is that we move into new areas, and now have the cloud. So we start already scratching the surface of certification with markets. And we're looking also into connecting an analytical capabilities, emerging analytical capability, with another ENISA activity which is related to the index. Because ENISA is developing its own set of metrics to collect data, and then you'll see that will become slightly more data intensive. I will say data centric, but a bit more intensive, a bit more able to analyze at the data level, not just produce recommendations and cases. I think that's important because inevitably we'll have to work more and better in terms of taking a market view also on certification. and also learning from some certification to improve those metrics. And we'll have also a good cause further downstream in the value chain that ENISA is putting together in the past couple of years or so. So this is pretty much it. I think my take-home message is that indeed this concept of work programs and coordination is picking up. Will be indeed a success the moment that we have exact references on the standardization work program that cut across on the union rolling work program. And as Aga gave us so many good thoughts and vibes with her presentation, we also hope that it will not take an awful long before we also see the union rolling work program coming our way. So I think with these thoughts, I would like to let you to the next session. Before doing that, I would like to thank Chloe, who is the innovator. She sorted out the new service for the conference, and she's the organizer and the mastermind of our ability to serve you in these 2 days. So many thanks for joining this conference.
Thank you, Andreas. And I will then also introduce my dear friend Chloe Blondeau from ENISA. She will handle the next panel, which will talk about the implementation strategies of EU cybersecurity certification. We have a national agency here. We also have a lab here. So Chloe will introduce them more in detail, but I also realized that I personally forgot to introduce myself in my first intervention. So I'm Jörgen Samuelsson from ENISA, same unit as Chloe, and working for Andreas in the unit of markets, cybersecurity and standards. So, Chloe.
Good afternoon. So we call Roland Atouy and Christophe Siliski to join me on stage for this expert view more than a panel. Okay, so we wait 30 seconds.
No stress. Have to put the background music.
Thank you for your patience. We really try to make the online experience better for all those who register online. We have like 1,000 registrations, so we are experimenting with a new tool on this conference. I can't sing. I would, but I can't.
You are not certified.
No, I'm not certified singer.
Where's the cat? We can see you. Are you ready? Go.
Okay. Are we back online? Yes? Okay. So welcome to the panel about implementation strategies of the EU Cybersecurity Certification. So the goal here is to see with two different points of view, two approach, two rich experience, how the actors are embracing cybersecurity certification and building capabilities on it. So on one side, I have Krzysztof Silski from NASK, Poland. So Krzysztof is Deputy Head of NASK, Director of Cybersecurity and Innovation, and also board member of ENISA. So NASK has been involved in certification, especially in common criteria in the past years, and is now involved in building a capability on the Polish level. On the other side, there is Roland Atoui. So Roland is the founder and managing director of Red Alert Labs. Has been involved in many works, especially on common criteria, but also IoT. He's also involved in the other working group working on certification with ENISA to build the next scheme. And Red Alert Lab took part of a CEF program to help some NCCs, National Cybersecurity Certification Authorities, to build their own capacities in terms of certification. I will start with Krzysztof. Can you just introduce NASK, the role precisely of NASK within Poland, and how is Poland ready for certification? How was Poland ready before the Cybersecurity Act, and what is changing now with the Act?
Thank you, Chloe. Thank you for inviting me to this conference, and it's a perfect opportunity to learn about the current state of the art of the cybersecurity certification here in European Union. And NASK, yes, NASK is a national research institute which plays several roles in cybersecurity on the national level in Poland. We are, for instance, running the national CSERT. We are involved in many initiatives concerning cybersecurity. And we also, a couple of years ago, we also started to think and be involved in certification approach in cybersecurity. Among other roles that we are playing, we really concentrate of the future of cybersecurity. So we try to be as fast as possible to respond to threats, but also we consider the certification as a really big step that the European Union is doing to right direction. So back in, I believe, 2016, we started. I mean, NASK as an institute, but with our partners, which is another institute like National Institute of Telecommunication in Poland and third institute also, to formulate the idea to build the capabilities for the certification. So we launched the project funded by the National Center for Research and Development in Poland to create those conformity assessment capabilities in Poland in this framework of the project in common criteria. So we started from this point, and now currently we are finishing this project. So really very soon will be ready to act on this, let's say, market. It means we created 2 laboratories and 1 certification body. In NASC we had this part of certification body, which is accredited by national accreditation body in Poland. So as I said, we are finishing this project, and it is not only so our idea was just start from what is let's say most mature in this area. Poland, by the way, a couple of years ago joined the SOGAES and the CCRA, and but our thinking was, let's be prepared for the new approach. And this new approach we knew as the effect of CSA, Cybersecurity Act. And I remember this time when the CSA was drafted and the rationale behind it and the goals that was formulated in those time, that yeah, we should think about more wider spectrum of cybersecurity, certification in cybersecurity. We are looking for new schemes that will be maybe not so heavy, maybe faster to develop, but the most important factor was to harmonize these approaches, national approaches from many countries, many member states. So our way to develop was start from common criteria, but we for sure will be ready to adopt coming schemes about which we are discussing in this conference when they will be ready. And another role was to, you know, do the awareness raising in the market for the certification. So we had many discussions with you know, the industry associations, industry chambers, and especially, of course, on the digital market, to convince about you know, this good opportunities for not for only for those who are, you know, doing this conformity assessment, but big chance for the market, from the cybersecurity, but also from the business perspective. This role is not finished, of course. So we are on the let's say first phase of this, but we are happy that our government was convinced to build up to put the priority to build this cybersecurity, you know, competence capabilities in our country.
Thank you. On your side, Roland, you're an actor, private actor of certification. How did Red Alert Lab prepare itself for certification? How was it already involved at national level? We talk a bit common criteria, but how was it involved, and what are you taking from EU cybersecurity certification?
Thanks a lot, Chloe. Hello, everyone. First, actually, as Red Alert Labs was founded in 2017, with one mission, is to bring trust to this connected world. So, by talking about trust, we had to do something in 2017. We didn't have that Cybersecurity Act. We didn't have like very much things on, that actually could follow with the cybersecurity attacks, the inherent vulnerabilities that actually are getting the user to lack in trust in adopting technologies. So trust is really very important, and I believe that you all share that with us. So then how we started to deliver this trust? Based on 3 pillars. So the first one is the technical part. So we started to look into how we can measure security. Unfortunately, the security is not, we don't have one ruler to measure security, so we had to find methodologies based on things that had been or already actually used for several years, such as the common criteria, methodologies, but we had to also innovate, prepare actually resources, capabilities, to be able to share with the industry and then actually get the best out of the advances that actually are happening around, so we can actually technically be able to go and verify, to trust, okay, verify products, processes, services, to trust these. But that's actually not enough, right? So, and the second pillar, we had to be involved early enough in social activities, I would call it. It's about creating a sense of credibility of who we are. It's important factor to deliver trust as well, right? It's also about transparency. So everything that we had to do is also to be able to make sure that all stakeholders involved, through the methodologies, through the exchange of knowledge, trainings, awareness, are creating a sense of transparency so that actually complement and bring additional trust. And the third pillar is definitely the legal one, which is at that time had like, we had to have like sort of somehow to rely on existing frameworks, such as member states, relation with member states, common criteria based methodologies, schemes, but also private sectors that actually created a sort of maybe a sort of legal or frameworks that could, you know, deliver somehow a level of trust or better of trust. So that actually it brings us to 2019, and actually it was naturally our way to move through or to the EU Cybersecurity Act and the certification framework, because that's the answer to all the 3 pillars. The framework today is exactly what we were looking for, is something that simplifies the way we could implement regulation by design, but also we align, harmonize the different methodologies, way actually we could share, could create transparency, but also rely on definitely on a legal framework, allowing us to certify once, you know, use everywhere or recognize everywhere. That's actually something that is really very interesting, and that's the reason why things I mean, even before was our all the CABs that exist or going to exist, because CABs in their cybersecurity do not really right now exist without probable accreditation. So putting all these people around the table under the same framework was something that created opportunity for us, but also for all the stakeholders. And that's actually where we are today, delivering that trust through the EU Cybersecurity Certification.
It's a good agenda, building trust. So both of you actually mentioned awareness raising. It's actually one of the missions of ENISA to bring awareness raising on certification. You also both mentioned we work with the ecosystem partners, stakeholders. At the national level in Poland, how do you feel the ecosystem, is the ecosystem ready? What are the key actions to make them move towards certification? What are the steps you already worked on?
Yeah, as you said, the awareness raising is very important in cybersecurity, and NAS is playing special role in this because we are giving what we can under the umbrella of national programs, because we are directly supervised by the Chancellor of the Prime Minister, and then we are performing several awareness-raising programs in terms of cybersecurity as such. And as we said today, this trust to products and services depends on many things, and certification can help to, let's say, giving the chance to the risks to be not so high, but the awareness of for day-to-day dealing with you know, products, services, starting from internet users, ending on you know, CEOs of big companies or government administration, is very important to be done continuously. So in terms of let's say cybersecurity hygiene, we have several really good campaigns which are done from many years, and we are planning to extend it. In terms of certification, it's not like this, because you, in my opinion, you have to start to talk with really proper actors, proper stakeholders. So as I said before, discussion with industrial associations and chambers is a good thing from my perspective, because on one hand we are coming with our message about cybersecurity certification, but we are what we are hearing from them is very, very important also, because sometimes they are this awareness about certification is rapidly growing in Poland, I must say, but sometimes we understand that they are not so, in their opinion, included in this process on the national level, on the European level. So they still have many questions about the speed of the certification schemes development, about the, you know, this new legislation perspective, to which level this certification will be mandatory in European Union. It is very important questions from the business perspective. So I think it's not the way just to, you know, do the wide campaign in mass media about this, but talk to the important persons, to the important organizations, and not only speak but listen, and then there should be the transmission, you know, between this word and the legislators to understand each you know goals and vision of the future.
Yes, you're right, but yeah, we need to bring awareness raising first, targeting like the key actors of certification. It will be hard today, indeed, to talk directly to every citizens in Europe, talking about trusted connected device, because we don't have a scheme yet as well. So it's maybe too early already to talk to mass media and to have these awareness raising campaigns. So we need to focus first on the main actors. Yeah, make them aware and then board the projects with what ENISA is doing, but and then build capabilities themselves to be part of the cybersecurity certification adventure. Just to bounce on this, you, Roland, through Red Alert Lab, you actually participated to this CEF programs. So they are funding programs to promote jobs competitiveness that are launched by the European Commission. Through these programs, you helped member states to actually build their own NCCAs and embrace certification. Can you talk about it a bit?
Sure. Well, better actually to speak about sort of return on experience on a project that was really pioneer in the sense that it started at the same time. So when we were not, we didn't have already everything clearly finished, you know, the Implementation Act are still not there and guidance not all actually covered. So that actually was an opportunity because everybody, every member state, you know, understood that it's not too early to start preparing themselves, building capabilities. So in this opportunity was driven by the CEF initiative, connecting European facilities. It's, as it said, it's sort of to be able to connect different entities that actually could share knowledge, exchange knowledge, and to be able actually to help in building the capacities. So the goal of one of the projects that we've started was to help Cyprus NCCA capacity to embrace actually the certification framework along with all the stakeholders involved. So meaning along with the national CB, delegated national CB, along with the NAB, but also various stakeholder vendors that were involved. So it's I can give you actually a very quick overview because that's very important to look into it, and probably it could be a recipe. We had that actually in 5 activities. The first was to be able to start talking the same languages. We're talking about people who are not experienced in common criteria, in certifications, and products. So in cybersecurity in general, sometimes, right? So we're talking about CBs that were used, for example, just to certify environments. So it was very important as first activity before looking into anything to start get them trained, so deliver trainings. So for that, actually, we sort of build up training materials covering all the aspects from the Cybersecurity Act, how we articulate it into proper language to be able to everybody understand it the same way, down to how actually the common criteria works in the EUCC perspective, and how actually the different stakeholders have different processes, policies that actually should be taken into account so they can actually be able to operate. So once we started actually, hopefully, I mean, talking the same language a bit, or at least have the same understanding of the definitions, we then actually started to do a gap analysis, because that's actually, of course, very important to understand exactly where they are at, what's the level of maturity, and then build up guidance, be able to, and then in another activity to be able to help them implement measures, processes, policies, but also actually put up the strategy, because that's actually something very important, knowing that if they didn't have a strategy that included such frameworks, such regulations, they needed to have that built on the knowledge that they are actually acquiring. So the strategy, we started building a strategy, which we know it's a living strategy, but definitely with the notion that they have to start from really the baseline, building the minimum viable framework so they can actually start operating for us at the substantial level, since actually we applied the EUCC, and little by little understand what's the gap to be able to go to higher levels, little by little. And then we needed to also experiment, so do some pilot projects. So we had a couple of pilot projects. We had also the opportunity to collaborate with ENISA to be able to share some experience on one of the pilot projects involving 2 vendors, and that's was also a very important step to be able to give them a hands-on on all the activities, on the processes, from how actually the evaluator write up the report, but also how the vendor prepare himself to be able to deliver evidence, and all this wasn't that all actually clear. Even through the training, it started to become real at this stage. And one very important aspect, it was one of the activities, and that's actually was really crucial, is they had the opportunity to exchange knowledge with other NCCAs. So we were kindly invited by the ANSI and BSI, by the way, to go visit them and actually be able to exchange about this project, about where are they at right now, how they are preparing themselves, and also get some interesting feedback guidelines, which was really very important. So the real success factor, I would say, was one of the real success factors, the fact that they really seen also other mature NCCAs, but also the fact that they were really eager to learn and to go actually to understand exactly how all this thing work step by step, and that's actually something that we managed to do. So I would say successful until, of course, to the objective that we wanted to have, but everybody knows, and they are very knowledgeable, that the fact that this is something that will be maintained, and actually it's just the starting point for them to be able, little by little, actually to go through and build actually their capacities to be able really to start operating at the same level as the other member states.
Thank you, Roland. So just how would you, so we talk about key factors, but if you had like 3 advice for your peer, because we said the key to success is actually to work collectively. We see it, everything is all together. What would you say to your peer, like other member states, other CBs, CABs, that are not yet CABs, or not yet CBs, in the EU Cybersecurity Certification Framework? What would be the 3 key advice you would tell them to build their own strategy and grasp EU certification?
Tough question. I must say that cybersecurity certification is an emerging tool for Europe. So the discussion of the future shape of this is very important. So for me, there's no very simple, recipe for let's say going in the right direction. Those who are willing to, those who understand why cybersecurity is important, I think there's a majority of organizations on the national level and probably also in industry. However, many of them are understanding the certification on a slightly different way. So I would just like to recall what was said in the Nuki presentation. When we are talking about the cybersecurity measures, it is not enough to think only about technical measures. we can also think about strategic measures and some supportive measures. Like in Toolbox 5G, there was three groups of three types of measures. I was not referring to the concrete measures that were defined in Toolbox, but those three areas or groups. And let's imagine that the discussion about certification on the technical level among experts should be synchronized with a discussion on the policy level or even political level about those strategic measures, if we agree in the European Union that this is the direction. And the supportive actions like building standardization is very, very important, because when there's no standards, the certification schemes are not developed fast. And on top of this is a question, what about some strategic goals or measures which cannot be easily included in the technical part, like certification, roughly speaking, of course. This is a very complex discussion. So it would be very helpful if all partners or member states would put in the discussion their point of view. In 2 weeks from now, we will have the regular management board meeting, and during this meeting, the certification in cybersecurity is one of the important points of discussion. So I think after this meeting, we will have, let's say, another or more mature points for further, suggestions, which directions, what we can, what would we agree in common, what are the differences, where is this point of balance that we should achieve. We should achieve as a European Union, of course, and so not easy prescriptions. But I would say this is the right time to not only bring awareness to others, but discuss in our groups like this, the groups of the best experts in Europe about cyber certification. So. And I must say, as I said, the industry is waiting for this, what we invent, what we propose, and because sometimes they are not aware how it is tough to agree something on the European level.
Yeah, to complement, because that's very, very interesting. So the first, if we are really talking about all, different stakeholders here, right? So the first question that they should ask is how actually they're going to be impacted with this whole framework, the different legislations that actually are coming, and how, of course, their business will be impacted, so they can definitely understand and drive, actually take action, the right action. So to ask themselves that question, they need to get to a level where they can do this impact analysis, right? So I would recommend strongly, to start with really get a full understanding of all this. So if they are not at that level yet, that they can seek for training, they go to ENISA, look into guidance, read, if that's possible, the regulations, and once actually that's done, they can do this assessment. They can take initiatives to, for example, get involved in all the activities, the standards that actually will are still actually ongoing, right? And actually these will be definitely related to their scope of activities or not, or so they have to be involved. So for that, they could look into the different standardization working groups, to the ad hoc working groups of ENISA, to all those initiatives, whether on the national or the European level. And maybe the third one, I would say, get some help from people that already are experts in this. So things that actually has been done already. For instance, the project that we've done actually with the other NCCA, and these are actually continuing, by the way. We are initiating another project in the same sense, and other ones. These are valuable information that could be easily shared. They are intended also to be shared. Don't start from scratch. Get to this level. Get help by the different experts. And I think that's actually the best top three actually on my mind. That would have all the stakeholders embrace actually this new era of certifications.
Thank you to both of you. I think thanks to your watch, I noticed we arrived to the end of this.
It's not right hour, it's Polish time. Yeah.
Okay, but at least we have the minutes right. Thank you, and I think we'll continue this effort collectively at all layers, like methodology, risk assessment, up to political layer, to reach maturity on cybersecurity certification. Thank you.
Thank you, Chloe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you, Chloe and the panel. Just a couple of short things. Since I have served on the ENISA management board myself for many years together with Christophe, I know he is very humble, so he didn't make the correction. He's not only a member, he's the deputy chair of the board. And another announcement, we see that questions are coming in. We will try to answer some of the logistical or factual ones as they come, more the easy ones during the afternoon. The more tricky ones that triggers a little debate, we will save for the Q&A session at the end. And one of the easy one was, is there going to be a recording? And as I said before we started, actually, yes, it will be recorded and published on the webpage, what we do here today. So, and with that, we're now going to go into one of our 2 breaks, and this is the good one with coffee. So, back in half an hour. So, as the room is now filling here in Athens, I will introduce the next subject and the next moderator of that subject. I can hear myself in the mic, but there seems to be a problem in the room. So welcome back after the coffee break. The room here in Athens is starting to be filled again with people coming back with after a nice coffee break. So the next panel will be about methodology supporting the cybersecurity certification schemes. And building these schemes requires also the development and update of methodologies that will be needed at all times of the life cycle of the certificate. From the moment a solution provider or developer decides to launch an evolution to the time patch management process needs to be followed, and here many methodologies intervene. And some of them are described in standards, sometimes they are guidance. So one question that I hope we'll get an answer from this panel is, how does the cybersecurity framework, cybersecurity certification framework that is, influence the evolution of methodologies? And this panel will be led by Javier Talon, from Technical Director at GTSec Beyond IT Security. Welcome, Javier.
Okay, so hello everyone, and thanks for attending this really interesting panel on methodology supporting cybersecurity certification schemes. During this panel, we will mainly focus on evaluation methodologies, and to do so, we have here our three panelists, and I guess that we have them here. So, Gabor, Ela, Nineta. Hello. So please come to the floor. Okay, thank you. So, Dr. Elżbieta Andriukiewicz, she is an expert on information security management systems. She is the project manager of the Polish National Scheme for ICT Product Security Evaluation and Certification. She is a standardization expert in the ISO subcommittee 27 on IT security techniques. And she's editor of several international standards. And last but not least, she's member of the UCC ad hoc working group, and amongst many other things, one of the authors of the Methodology for Sectorial Cybersecurity Assessment published by ENISA. Here we have also Professor Nineta Polemi from the University of Piraeus. She's teaching courses in the areas of cryptography, security of ICT systems, maritime security, and e-business. She served as policy officer and program manager at the European Commission within DG Connect. And she also participated in the Methodology for Sectorial Cybersecurity Assessment document as well. And she is an appointed member of the ad hoc working group on artificial intelligence cybersecurity and on the European Cybersecurity Skills Framework. And finally, Gabor Horniak is currently the head of the site and process certification of NXP and has been the head of an Italian CC laboratory located in Hungary. He is also an active member of ISKI Working Group 1, where he leads the certification certified product update subgroup. And as a member of the UCC ad hoc working group, Gabor has been rapporteur of some thematic groups and is currently reporting in the thematic group dealing with vulnerability handling in certified solutions. So thank you all for your participation in this panel. So may we go to the next slide, please? So here we have the questions and the topic that we would like to discuss today. The time is quite limited, so we have 5 topics. So we will spend about 8 minutes. Okay, thank you. Hey. Okay, so we will spend about 7 to 8 minutes on each of the topic. So when we use all the available time for a topic, we will switch to the next one. Okay, so here is the first question. So, Ella, as a standardization expert, which should be the criteria to select the methodologies to be used in the new schemes?
Just switch on. Hello everybody, it's an afternoon session, and many thanks for just inviting me to this very interesting panel. And obviously when we are talking about methodologies, and obviously in context of the CSA, we should find a criteria. And we are common criteria people mainly here, so we are just yes, get used to find criteria. So it's The main thing, and maybe most important feature of the methodology in a broader sense, not only evaluation methodology, but in sense of the cybersecurity sectoral assessment, or without sectoral, let's say, is that it is a risk-related activities. That means risk related to the intended use of the product, service, or just processes who's serving production or providing services. So that methodology should create itself or deal with other specifications that allow to create security requirements, first, based on risk assessment, second, and constructed in such a way they are measurable and reflects various levels of security provided, although not expressed in a clearly defined values, but still different security levels. Offer the evaluation which fits to the object of evaluation. Not some general, maybe something more specific, but the main feature and main criteria, whether it fits in general. So offer the evaluation using techniques that allows you to just get results which are comparable and repeatable. So be able to demonstrate the solution is the next important value, is resistant to the specific type of the attacker and attack potential. What is the Cybersecurity Act says us? Defined level of depth, rigor, and scope of evaluation that represent various levels of assurance. And this is very nice, last but not least, criteria to be cost effective and in time and money. That seems to be criteria as a starting point.
Thank you, Ella. Gabor, do you want to answer also to this question?
Yes, and thank you very much for the introduction, Javier. Ella is always the practical one, and I even would fly higher to see a more high level of what should be the criteria to select the methodologies. First, let's use the already available methodologies because we want an easy life, and we don't want to have new ones all the time. So let's reuse, and this has been already done in EUCC. I already welcome that. Let's have a look at market demand. And I'm, of course, cheating as well, because this is when I reviewed your question, I have seen that the inclusion criteria in the Union Rolling Work Program is like this, having the market demand. Have a look of what is needed from the market perspective, and choose an adaptable methodology which can create an answer to the changes in the cyber threat landscape. And there is one more thing, look at what the ECCG wants, because that's one of the inclusion criteria.
For sure, Gabor, this is a very important point, and I'm happy that you raised the Union Rolling Working Program as a way to send a message also to standardization organizations. So thank you for that. Nineta, please.
Thank you very much for this invitation. I would add that existing methodologies can be advanced in order to become compliant with more standards than one. For example, eBIOS is compliant with ISO 27001, Magritte the same, CRAM and so on. The question is, how can we advance the methodologies in order to become compliant with more than one standard? So this way, we can have an easier life for people that like to perform risk assessment in more complicated systems. The second, enhancing methodologies, having the methodologies to become more practical, computational, interoperable, and most importantly, to be able to be implemented in web-based applications. We want easy tools for people to use in order to make their own self-assessment as a starting point, and then go to the auditors or CABs eventually. In 2018, in the Commission, we had published a topic in the Horizon 2020 program of projects in order to address exactly this challenge, to enhance methodologies and develop digital tools to make certification processes and risk assessment processes more easier. So I think it would be nice to take advantage and assess the results of these projects. They are still ongoing. Actually, most of them, they will be concluded next year, like projects like Cyrene, Sancus, Assured. I mean, there are various, like 6 projects there. It would be nice to see what type of tools they have developed, how they enhance the methodology. So we live in 2022. We are in a digital era. We cannot use ways and practices we used 20 years ago in SOGIs. I think it would be nice to become more computational, so to optimize the processes, to optimize the methodologies.
Thank you for that, Nineta. And we have been hearing about tooling a lot during this day. So, Nineta, if you don't mind, could you share how do available methodologies fit the CSA in your experience?
Well, CSA actually is very generic. And actually, if you have methodologies that are compliant with the standards that fit and address the targeted evaluation, the TOE that it's under evaluation, I think that there are not further constraints from CSA.
Gabor?
Yes. As we have seen during the implementation of the UCC and the UCS, for the already available methodologies, there needs to be a gap analysis and an interpretation how the already available methodologies can be aligned with the requirements of the CSA. And the specific example is the Article 54M, rules concerning how previously undetected cybersecurity vulnerabilities in products are to be reported and dealt with, because we needed to add a chapter in the EUCC, which the SOGI summary didn't contain, about the vulnerability handling and patch management. So after a gap analysis, they can make fit.
What do you think, Ella?
That's one thing that, yes, I would say that my beloved child, that means common criteria, and I'm not the only one parent of this. I have several parents in this room for this. That is I would say that is simply a problem of chicken and eggs. Nothing new. You cannot claim that the existing methodologies are fit, are perfect for instant implementation. That's because they were developed before the CSA. And after the CSA, in terms of standards, I would just point out only one example, which is the FITSEM. As another parent of FITSEM in this room, hello Helge, again. That is 17640. FITSEM is a fixed time cybersecurity evaluation methodology for ICT product. I have to just look into my screen because the name is long. It fits, absolutely, not because it's a FITSEM, but because it fits. So that the question is if we have some premature, but still ready for standardization project. That is a good place, a good starting point for doing fast standardization, fast enough, sorry to say that. We are not very quick with standards, but still we have to do it in a sufficient pace, so that standardization for methods, for new schemes, for use in new schemes, for many applications, industries are crucial.
Nineta, Gabor, do you want to react on this that was said by Ella?
I would add, and something that we need to emphasize here is that it is very important to interrelate standards. And we don't need more standards. We have enough standards. That's not the problem. The problem is how can we advance the methodologies in order to address the standards and the interrelations of the standards. And the question is how can we interrelate standards? We have to go a step back and interrelate the concepts as they are described. Because usually the concepts are the same. They are just, the actual meaning of the concepts used are the same. We just have to sit down and make a taxonomy and interrelate the concepts. This way you can interrelate the standards, and then we can advance and the methodologies in order to, for example, a risk assessment methodology can be developed in a way that can be used as a conformity assessment as well. So that's what is needed, I think, that to advance and optimize the effort.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will move to the next question. Gabor, you are currently working for a company who probably have the higher number of certified ICT products. But nowadays we are seeing how continuous integration and continuous development is every day more and more important. So I guess that everyone here is wanting to move cybersecurity certification to the left and to the beginning of the development processes. So there is any methodology for the certification of ICT secure development process that would fit our needs?
What I would say to this is, yes, there are some already available standards on some technical domains or some scopes, like the road vehicles cybersecurity engineering standard, the 21434, or the industrial automation and control systems standard, the 62443. So that is something that can be used. What I'm disturbed a little bit is that if we need to use a different standard for every development process, which they have a lot in common, then we will probably be overwhelmed of certification and evaluation processes. So what I would say, there are methodologies, but please reuse as much as possible. For example, reusing the parts which fit from ISO 27001, for example. And yes, I also wanted to mention here the SASIP, the Security Evaluation Standard for IoT Platforms, because when Ella was talking about the FITSAM, I was thinking, yes, maybe SASIP is also one which can be fit for the CSA if we ever have an IoT scheme.
Ella?
Just to complement, I'm absolutely in line with what you said about this comparatively new idea of evaluating and certifying processes, because it's a long, long story that we just skip this problem in the common criteria, for example. Oh, let's do it in next revision. And at the moment, we do have some problems with it. Obviously, there are many methodologies on mainly for secure life cycle for software. And this is obviously, in the even recent, the last framework from NIST is excellent, but you cannot certify anything according to the framework. So the framework is fine, that could be more methodologies, and fortunately, I think that we are, at the moment, have a real challenge during our work on the 5G, EU 5G, because we do have a processes on the table, and they are subject for evaluation and consequently for certification. So just to name the ENISAs, this is a life cycle process for developing a product. We do have CIS schemes for processes for UICC production. This is a production of the chips for the use in the telecom industry, and we have the processes which are the subject for certification still for providing subscriber management services from remote provisioning of the personalization profiles for use in mobile networks. So we do have some challenges, and we have to cope with these models, I would say methodologies, indeed in methodologies, for certifying processes. So yes, we are still working on this.
Nineta, please.
I think that security by design and privacy by design principles are the design phase of the life cycle for developing a product, either an ICT product. I think it will be the first step to that will accelerate eventually the evaluation. But here is another challenge. The designers and the integrators would like to have a standardized step-by-step framework for applying security and privacy by design principles, and we don't have something like that. So it would be nice. It would be nice for the standardization bodies to become more practical by providing to the developers a step-by-step methodology of what do you mean by security and privacy by design, what are these principles, and how can they implement. Otherwise, we will be working in an ad hoc way. And the same problem is from the side of the designers and the developers of becoming compliant with the directives, NIS, NIS2, GDPR. What does that mean for the designers? What exactly need to do? For example, I don't know what type of measures they need to implement in their databases in order to ensure secure and data management. But this is something that, okay, but it's not written on a paper or something, on a framework. So I think what another challenge I see for the developers is that all these regulations, standards, directives, it would be nice to come up with common principles and measures that can address these principles in a way, in a language that developers can understand.
Thank you, Nineta. And I think that you would like to react.
Yes, rather to complement than to react. And indeed, if you are looking for the good example for how you can describe security requirements for processes, usually the first requirements is the security by design. And that is not my invention, that is clearly said in ENISA's methodology. The first requirement is to security by design. Rasma, you can confirm this. And then till the 17th requirements is security point of contact. So that's this life cycle. And obviously we should follow, if the methodology is used, that you can call them requirements. If you think about the framework, you can just name them practice, but it's the same. Thank you.
And what about the evaluation? I mean, the other side of the coin, how can we gain assurance that this practice were applied in a good and sound way?
That is, if you have a requirements, that's an easy piece of cake, because you have to just measure the requirements and the status of the requirements, whether it's fulfilled, is implemented in the correct way, is sufficiently implemented and correctly works. That's all. I see that as some confirmation again. Thank you very much for this. That is really our. Maybe there's some of people in the room has some audit experience. So that basically it's rather easy if you have a very clearly expressed requirements. Thanks.
Gabor, please.
Yes, I would like to add that for the secure development processes, we have something generic, which is the process level, and something specific, which is the development of an actual product. And again, I would emphasize on the reuse. So please do the generic ones, and if they are well followed, then the compliance can be accepted on the specific level, and only look at specific results.
Okay, thanks for that. Gabor, we will move to the next question. So, Nineta, please, in the future, we may have several certification schemes, horizontal schemes, vertical schemes, and we may have the possibility to have cross-scheme compositions. So, from a pure methodological point of view, how we may compare and how we may reuse these results across different schemes or methodologies?
I think that we should be more practical in order to, and we need to use and agree upon some universal, internationally acceptable scales, measurements, metrics. For example, we have the, I always talk about that, the MITRE measurement on CVSS. It is an international standard for measuring vulnerability severity. It's something that, it's a measurement that is well recognized. If Europe wants to develop its own measurement system, it's fine. But at this point in life, it is no way to compare the outcomes of assessments, and especially from different methodologies. How can you compare the outcomes of eBIOS and Magritte and CRAM and TVRA? You cannot. So either we will have a meta scale and agree upon, or we develop our own measurements and metrics and we agree upon, or we use internationally recognized measurements as the ones of NIST, of MITRE, and so. Otherwise, we cannot
Gabor, do you want to continue?
Of course. So how to compare and reuse results? I looked at it, and on the practical level can say that we have 3 participants on this possible reuse: the developer, the auditor or evaluator, and the certifier. And the reuse and comparison is natural on the vendor side, because even though we have many standards and we need to repeat some activities, these can be then put together in a way that if you have a matrix, you know that, okay, if we do this, we actually comply to many standards because they ask us almost the same thing. And this does not happen in the audit or in the evaluation level. And I would like to ask the labs to maybe automate and create methods that then support this comparison and reuse. And also, I know that this is not easy because in this world, the labs, the evaluation bodies, they need to be accredited. And for the reuse, the formal method how to reuse is at the moment missing. But I think there are people who are working on a formal method. And then at the end, the certification bodies, it is on the flexibility. Are they flexible? No, because that's not the objective, to be flexible. But this flexibility could be, again, introduced. So what I say that comparison and reuse is a child which needs to grow up.
Okay, as a standardization point of view, I believe that is a very important factor. What is the objective of reusing something? Obviously, you can answer the vendor perspective is that's to reduce the costs. And I think that the most important is for accepting by the market. So that it is, in fact, if you could reuse and you could compare, let's say, assurance levels, scheme by scheme, you would get a confidence from the market. That is the real objective of our activities in that area. And then obviously the standardization point of view means that we have to just develop some sort of common assurance reference, which is happening now. And this is the methodology published last year in September by ENISA that we worked out together, including Ninetta. The team was run by ENISA, and that was under umbrella of ENISA, to develop these common assurance levels. That in fact, assurance means that you can tell us, you evaluator can tell us whether this product or service, let's say that, is resistant to the specific attack potential. That means you have to measure the attack potential. Or first thought, okay, let's use common criteria, it's below, our beloved standard. They offer us 5 features to just measure the attack potential. And then we can use the CTI, Cyber Threat Intelligence. They can offer us 18 features. And then in that way, you can describe the attack potential in more specific level. And then, obviously, some tools, some automation of the process to reflect this value. And then you can compare. If you just try to apply the common assurance reference. And just to just make you more happy that we are starting the project of the draft European standard on the methodology of sectoral cybersecurity assessment, including cars. We are still on at the very early phase of development, but that is the direction to just make the market and the users, consumers, quite confident that we are doing something which is comparable. Thank you.
Thanks to you, Ella. So when we talk about this comparison, it's a bit challenging, especially when you are involved in the and asking the CAPs to be flexible enough. And also, probably there is also, I mean, the Cybersecurity Act is user-oriented, and we have 3 different levels. So do you think that these levels are enough to educate the people to compare certified products and solutions by themselves?
Can I? Yeah. So The question is whether these levels are comparable. I would say I don't know yet, because do we have a working CSA-based scheme? No, we don't. We have rules for it, and I hope that we can create those schemes in a way that they are comparable. But we just this morning have seen a nice video which ENISA prepared, and it was exactly about telling the people, hey guys, you will have a level of comparison and a level of trust in the EU CSA-based schemes, and here are the 3 levels. So this needs still to be known. People need to be educated on it, and maybe in 5 years' time, if you ask me the same question, I hope I can answer yes, they are good and comparable.
Okay, thanks for that, Gabor. Ella, you are a well-known common criteria expert, so and we have had for years the site visits and site certification as a way to reuse results in common criteria. So how do you think that we can again take advantage of this possibility?
So I'm only a standardization expert in that field, although I have a really deep experience in auditing, but as management systems, not sites. But obviously, this is a part of common criteria standard, which is a little bit left on site, just looking into the currently awaited publication revision, which is 2022, hopefully soon available to the market. That still is the case. Big challenge to make transition from the previous reference standard to the next one. And obviously we are, as standardization experts, love to do life cycle. That means we are constantly thinking about improving standards. So we have created a maintenance group, not under umbrella of ENISA, but under umbrella of ISO, to think about the possible way of improving common criteria standard 15408, 18045 in many ways. But one of the ways is to improve this process-oriented part of common criteria, to make it a more mature and to fit into this, for example, some implementation in technical domain which are existing and using in practice for many years, to make it more general, to just allow to seek for the certification on processes related to the security development of the product based on common criteria. So that it basically probably is the most accurate answer at this particular moment.
Just to add, because I'm doing the site certification at NXP, that this is exactly the part in the common criteria which is about the development processes and site security. And when you ask about development processes and reusability, this is the generic part which can be seen and reused across the product certifications. And in this framework, it actually causes some problems as well, because we put these process evaluations and process certifications into the product certification part, and we agreed with the accreditation bodies and certification bodies that this can be accredited according some standards, the 17025, which is about testing. And this is not testing, this is reviewing the processes, this is auditing rather. And now with the new EU CSA-based schemes, this needs to be reinterpreted, realigned, re-agreed of how do we do the accreditations. And hopefully, again, this can be made better, hopefully.
Nineta.
I would also like to add another challenge here. I'm in a challenge mode today. And I would say in the effort of modifying and enhancing the various standards like Common Criteria 15408 and 18045, it would be nice from the European standardization bodies to consider and put into the picture the various cybersecurity directives that we have and how do they influence, how do they impact the standard. For example, we have NIS, we have NIS2, we have categorized the services and as essential services, critical services, and also we have NFL that we heard this morning as well, this afternoon, about critical products and not and substantial basic critical products. The question is here, how do you put this into the picture of assurance, for example? Because in my view, if a service is critical, that means assurance level high by default. I don't argue. Or if a product is critical, assurance level high, no argument. So this way, if we, before I said, let us find the synergies between standards, and now another view will be to put into the picture of the enhanced standards the European directives and legislation.
Thank you, Nineta. So, and this is our last question. Indeed, our cybersecurity certification schemes will be based on available or to be developed methodologies, and this is all the way around, based on the real application of these methodologies. How can ENISA or the schemes contribute to the further development of the methodologies and close the potential gaps that we may found to suit the CSA requirements? And also, what should be the role of the interpretation groups? Nineta, do you want to answer this question, please?
Well, I think that in order to advance the methodology, to advance processes, to think about in a more European perspective of certification and European standards, it would be nice to bring into the picture in the groups all the R&D efforts that have occurred the last 8 years, funded by the Commission. And we see there many advanced methodologies, new tools that can be used for certification. I think we should think as Europeans a little out of the box and consider that we live in a digital era, and the certification process and tools need to follow this trend.
Ella?
Okay, that is, I mentioned before the lunch break, I mentioned about the ecosystem of some stakeholders should support the whole life cycle again for standards as the main driver for conformity assessment, what is required by the CSA. But this is I think that is only part of the true. I don't have intention to repeat it once again, but the ad hoc working group, for sure, and starting our fruitful work in 2019, I believe, we have identified several gaps. This is for sure. Obviously, there's some obvious gaps that was known before we created the ENISA has created the groups, ad hoc groups, but still in response to gaps, some other initiatives were taken, and this is some sort of successful continuation of this process. That's good. But let me just present one example from my memories. I just participated in one very nice panel, was long time ago. I'm finishing, okay?
Okay.
If I can just share with this experience with the audience, or just stop it? That's very short. That is very short. It was a panel about what is the missing. It was 2017 or 16 even. That was run by Miguel, by the way, this panel. And what is missing, those editors from this 15408, what is missing in your opinion? And I said that time that this part of processes is not very well developed. I was a prophet, probably, that time. Still, here is the issue. That's one of the examples that gaps are existing, and our role is to just cover them.
30 seconds?
Yes, so in 30 seconds, this CSA is a legal document, and before we didn't have a legal compliance requirement, and that's a change which can cause problems in the other mutual recognition levels, because we changed the schemes now, but they will work on it. And one on the interpretation groups, we already created the thematic group on maintenance. It's led by Niels. Hopefully they will give you an answer.
Okay, so thank you all for your contribution to this panel. I think that the word of the day is collaboration. So let's see what is available. Don't reinvent the wheel, identify the gaps, and advance the methodologies. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. So then we can introduce the next session, the next panel, and this is going to be about, the title is From Security by Design to Certification by Design, and this phrase, certification by design, is it a buzzword or is it utopia for us? The questions to be answered, hopefully, is that how can compliance be considered from beginning of the development of ICT solutions? Is security by design leading naturally to certification by design? And if so, how can ordinary people understand what this is? So I welcome as moderator for this session my dear colleague Vasiliki, and she will introduce the others from the panel. Thanks.
Can you hear me? You can. Can I call Jesus, Luna Garcia, Frank Sadmi, and Lucille Priola? So thank you for being here. Just a really brief introduction, because the idea is for the guests to talk more. I really loved the catchword, utopia. So we had an internal discussion, and each term is that it is an imagined place or state of things where everything is perfect. So you understand why we're talking about cybersecurity utopia here. And I'm very happy to have this panel of experts that is really combining everything. Frank is coming from ANSI, and he will present himself in a while. So he really presents how a member state is dealing with cybersecurity and implementing it. Jesus is coming from the industry, is also involved in the UCS cloud scheme, and will also present us a project he's working. And Lucille is our expert on reaching the people. It's on campus cyber. So it's an initiative on trying to make cybersecurity understandable to the rest of the people that are not necessarily in this room, for a change. So please, Lucille, you start first. Okay.
It works. Do you want me to present myself or to present the campus cyber, or both?
Can you do both?
Okay, perfect. So my name is Lucille, and I'm the head of development and international cooperation for the campus. So basically, just let me first thank you for the invitation. I really think that it's a good way to present to the Campus Cyber, because I don't know if you know the initiative, but it's something very new since Campus Cyber is open since mid-February, so just more than 3 months. So it is an initiative that works for more than 2 years. That's why we'll just start with the very beginning with the story, and then I will explain you what it is today and what we do. So Campus Cyber is something new that has been initiated by the French President of the Republic, Emmanuel Macron. And the idea was really to create a place of reference for cybersecurity in France. So there was first a mission led by Michel Vandenberg, and the idea was really to think the project and to understand what will be the needs of such a collaborating place in France. So they went to other campuses around the world, such as Beersheba in Israel, just to understand what was done elsewhere. And then they heard the French ecosystem to understand what will be their needs of such an initiative. And then they present a report that was the base of Campus Cyber. So now what Campus Cyber is today. So basically it's a tower of 26,000 meters square that reunited actors coming from the whole ecosystem. So basically we are located at La Défense, close to the business district of Paris. And the location of Campus Cyber was a key element to guarantee success, since the idea was really to go meet the ecosystem at its heart, to help the ecosystem to work together. So today, Campus Cyber is more than 200 actors coming from diverse lines of businesses working together. So we have searchers, we have schools, we have SMEs, we have big groups, we have association, we have a government department, and so on. So we really have the entire ecosystem of cybersecurity. And the idea is really to help them work together. So just to give you an example, the Campus Cyber motto is together, serving a great cyber nation. So the idea, as was said just at the panel before, is to collaborate, to face the threat together. And so that's what we are hoping to do in France, and in order to build a digital society around trust. And so what does the Campus Cyber? So as I said, it's the very beginning, but we organize our activities around 3 pillars. The first one is education, then innovation, and then operation. So education, the idea is really to address the lack of talent in cybersecurity. So as I'm sure you're all aware, we really have a lack of talent, and so we want to work on the attractiveness of the profession, but I'm sure we will come on that later, to really reach the public. And so for that, we are, for example, launching a wide television and radio campaign to really talk to the people and to help them understand what is cybersecurity, and also to break fears about this field. So about innovation, the idea is really to help entrepreneurs create new companies, to find the right means, to make friends, and we hope Europe a leading player in cybersecurity. And so for that, we have a startup studio dedicated for cybersecurity, which is the first one in France. And for idea, just to give you some numbers, the idea is to help 30 startups over the next 3 years to grow. And operation, the idea is really to have to share data and to promote working together. So by working in the same tower, we hope that actors will meet each other easily and then be able to face cyber risks together. And that's it.
Okay, Jesus?
maybe, yeah, now it's working. So double muted as usual. So first of all, I would like to thank ENISA for the invitation to the panel, and also for this interesting topic that has Vasiliki has mentioned. When I read the word utopia, so first thing that I did in order not to make mistakes, I read in Wikipedia what it means, certify it, and says, okay, so how the way that we imagine a society in the future. And I said, yes, that's a very good topic, because imagination is something that I can talk a lot about it. So my name is Jesus Luna. I work on the team responsible for the cybersecurity governance of our cloud services, and also artificial intelligence for Robert Bosch GmbH in Germany. Before joining Bosch, I used to be the research director for Cloud Security Alliance. So, and since I think a couple of years ago, Eric, so I am part of the EUCS. Before that, I remember working also with some of the colleagues here on the CSP CERT, which was like the grandfather of EUCS, or at least a relative of EUCS. So the reason that also the way that I see the topic of utopia, talking about cybersecurity certification, and in particular for the cloud, is because also one of the roles and responsibilities that I have at Bosch is the technical managerial of a European project where we are involved, which is called Medina. And this European project is related to the topic of cybersecurity automation on the topic of certification for cloud computing. So the way that we are imagining our utopia in the future is that we could be able to move or to jump, to bridge the gap between what we are now writing on the EUCS, which has to do with the continuous or automation monitoring of compliance, which I think is one of the biggest hits on my eyes as a techie that we have on EUCS. How can we profit from these new ideas that we are putting on EUCS, and how can we put the basis that in the future we can use this automation in order to really deliver continuous audit-based certification. And I connect quite well with the previous panel, I lost the panelists, where we were talking about automation tools. There is so much body of knowledge that has been created in the last few years that really profiting from it. And again, I need to reiterate that I am very happy that we have this in EUCS. And now the thing is, okay, we need to start thinking forward. This is what we are planning to do with Medina, and that we started to do with Medina, in order to really push ourselves as cloud service providers in Europe. We participate with other European partners, of course, and in order to really to see if it can be an utopic reality in the future, that we really can have continuous certification for cloud services, among other different areas.
Good afternoon, everybody. So my name is Frank Sedmi from ANSI. So I'm the head of, no, not the head. I'm the deputy head. Sorry. Sylvain, if you listen to me, sorry. So deputy head of the division Product and Service of Security, where we deal with certification and qualification. Just in 2 words, certification at ANSI, we speak about certification of products, so regarding SOGAIS scheme, and CSPN, this is a French, this is the first level of security, CSPN. So this is for product. And when we speak about qualification, we speak about qualification for product as well. And in this case, we put on the top of the certification some expectation regarding security to fulfill with expectation from governmental use or things like this. So this qualification for product, we can say it's certification with security targeted, which has been validated internally to make sure that expectation in security will be met, at the end. So this is for product. And qualification for services, we've got a framework of services which have been qualified at ANSI. We've got PASI, PASI Audit Security Provider, so we can qualify this kind of provider. We've got as well PRIS, which is Incident Response Service Provider. We've got PEDIS, Incident Detection Provider. And of course, we've got Secnum Cloud, which is a qualification for cloud service provider. So this is a division where I work, and it's very interesting to be part of this panel because, of course, certification is something we deal every day. So when we speak about Utopia, yeah, certification, it means so many things that it's a pleasure to have some elements of answer during this panel.
As you see, it was quite fun preparing for the panel because we started brainstorming on how we are and how we perceive security by design, certification by design, if we can manage it, if it exists. So, okay, my background is like I work on the 5G security certification effort, and that's all. I'm a telco engineer. The thing is that when we were discussing about the security by design, we didn't have a common definition. So I would like to do this question to the panelists here, apart from Lucille, who will go on the social aspect of how we explain security by design to common mortals, and maybe talk a little bit about it. And then switch, hopefully, to the certification by design, which is our next target point. So just to say things, security by design is defined in the products we evaluate, okay? And then we use standardization as a common rule of thumb to be trustworthy, to believe that we have enough trust in the products. So certification, in the way we perceive it, is just raising the bar of the bar that already exists in the product. So we have to somehow think about it in this discussion. Jesus, should it be you first?
Sure, no problem. Yeah, so the topic of security by design, I mean, it's not new. I have been working on cybersecurity since '95, and maybe most of my colleagues that are here, you will not let me lie that this has been a topic that has been around for several years. So security by design is definitely something that we need in our new European cybersecurity schemes that are derived from the CSA, and I think that they are actually already part of it, because if you don't see the cybersecurity certification has a holistic problem where you put the security aspects right at the beginning, then you have a problem. One of the challenges, and also just let me, I was taking some notes because I really like also the previous panel, there was the highlight about the lack of frameworks for security by design. And this is true. So the concept has existed already for a long time, but we need the frameworks and the standards in order to make it a reality. Because at the end of the day, my role, or at least on the younger colleagues in my team, they have to talk with the DevOps at Bosch in order to tell them, okay, one of our requirements is security by design. Says yes, and how am I supposed to do that? So it says, okay, you can read the book from the software development, secure software development lifecycle, and then good luck. But we really need to start establishing methodologies and techniques how to do it. However, if we want to talk about cybersecurity certification by design, I think that we need to be a little careful, because we can give what on my eyes can be the wrong impression that we are doing the design of our digital offers, our products, in order to be certified and not the other way around. So the way that I see is the cybersecurity certification shall be like a prize that I get because I did my job in a good way. I have developed something that is secure and I achieve a certificate, but it's part of the road. So it should not be the goal of doing my job just to achieve a certification, because then we go down to a nice article that I read, also from Eric, that compliance is more than a checklist. And this is very important in my eyes.
Yes, maybe a word regarding security by design. Of course, here we know that cybersecurity is necessary. So, okay. And after that, everybody is saying that we need it we need it at the end. Security, we need security at the end. But what does it mean? If we patch a project at the end with some specific things, do we have a secure project? Surely not. So it's why we have to integrate security from the beginning in the life cycle of the production of the product, of course. And after that, as Jesus was saying, we need some reference, we need some standards. So maybe we can rely on international standards, European standards, or even manufacturer standards because of some of association of manufacturers. So it could be a good entry point. At ANSI, we publish a lot of standards to this. For example, we've got some standards for C languages. When you are programming in C, you've got some best practices to use it correctly. So it could be part of your product of your life cycle. The same for Rust. When you are using the Rust languages, you can use it in different manners, and we propose things in our guidelines. The same if you are using or developing an application for GNU or Linux, we have this kind of guidance. So for us, it's very important to help the manufacturer to have reference, reproduce this kind of technical standards to be used directly by them, because without that, we can't define what is security by design and how it will follow this kind of process or not.
Okay, that is very interesting, and it leads to the logical understanding that security by design is eventually a security during the whole life cycle. It's not just at the beginning or at the end of the use of a product. So one of the questions I had already drafted was like, is security by design confirmed? And then the people went like, are you crazy? It's never confirmed. So you think about it. We have the need to balance the security we implement and we use, we make common to the rest of the users by guidance and references and understandable documentation, and we have the certification of it, of secure products. So the next question is like, what is the added value of certification on that? We're thinking, and I would like to discuss the opinion of the people here, that it's eventually a trustworthy implementation. It's just being trustworthy, being trust in the habitat your product is working on. And I wanted your opinion on that, but please don't just say yes. I mean, because this is a simple way around. The thing is how we achieve that, I mean, in real life. Because as Jesus mentioned, it's really important not to use certification as the end of the travel. It's eventually not that it is the aim. It's to reach the aim by the travel. Sorry, it's the Greek part in me. Jesus.
Yes. No. Yeah. So, and also, I got that I told you I was just making copies of all the speeches because there was also the topic of trustworthiness. I think that it's clear that we as businesses, we need to do a differentiation between what I can achieve with a cybersecurity certification and how it differs from the notion of trustworthiness. Because, of course, and I am a firm believer in cybersecurity certification, otherwise I will not be here, but it does not mean, or is just a part of the overall concept of trustworthiness, but it's not the only one. How do we define trustworthiness on each one of the different ecosystems, technological ecosystems? That's also a very big question, because I have no expertise on CC or 5G. I can talk for cloud computing. So the definition of trustworthiness, as someone can say, is like a recipe. So you put a little EUCS, you put a little GDPR, you put a little this, you will achieve something that is trustworthiness for the citizen, for my grandmother, as we were joking before. You go to artificial intelligence, and then it's different, because you need to somehow assess that the thing that you are trying to make trustworthiness AI has things like transparency, bias, and explainability. How do I assess or even certify those things? So it's really a topic that I think we need to pursue. That can be actually a goal to make trustworthiness IT that can be used by our citizens. But the problem is to define it. And it's kind of elusive, and I see it as part of the utopic challenges that we have for the future, that we need to start working on it and defining it for the different ecosystems.
Yes. Yes. To come back to the certification by design, at the beginning of question, it's a very important topic for us because everybody is coming to ANSI to get certified, but why? So we have to understand that. And we have to say as well that certification is not automatically issued. When you want a certificate, you don't have always your certificate. So we need to work on a certificate by design approach because we want that when you are applying for certification, we have to give all materials to get certified. But at the end, it will depend of your process of development and things. I say that because I heard many times that some scheme owner were saying that they were achieving 100% of certification. Is it nice? Not surely, and depending on the assurance level. It's why we think, coming back to the Cybersecurity Act, there is many levels, so basics, substantial, and high. And of course, for level maybe basic, we can base assessment on checklists, and in this way you will be certified by design because you are building something quoting requirements, and it is a good idea surely for level basic, but maybe for level substantial and level high it would be not the same idea. We have to give all the keys to get certified, but after that this is not automatically a certification that you will have, even if you've got a lot of materials.
Just to sum up some of the amazing ideas you bring up here, one is that we need to define what trustworthiness is, and following up on what Frank said, there is a granularity on certification that eventually defines trustworthiness in a different manner depending on how strict we want to be. That's, we've started trying to learn certification, but we never went into the philosophy of it, of how it is and how it connects to things. And I kind of also sit back and see what Jesus says. Certification by design indeed cannot replace responsibility, governance, or common sense. It cannot save anybody just by being there. Another question, but we can get to that at the end of the discussion, is on whether compliance by design can eventually be stronger than design by compliance. But this is an industrial question. Well, let's get to that later. I would really like now to involve Lucille in this discussion somehow, because we had an internal joke in this panel when we were preparing how we can explain certification to Jesus' grandmother. And it's very good because everybody is an expert in what we do, but the thing is, how can real citizens and users of the appliances, of the services, be feeling trust about what they use? So I believe Lucille can give us some help on how they approach the common mortals, as I mentioned before.
Well, since I'm the common mortal in the room. Yeah, so as you understood, I'm the non-technical here. So that's also just a personal question. I mean, I was just doing my study, and then I came in cybersecurity, and I was like, okay, how do you work in cybersecurity without knowing anything about informatics, especially being a woman as well? And that's really something that it's not about me, but that it's about society in general. And while talking with my family and everything, I realized that when you work in cybersecurity, everything seems so obvious. But when you talk about cybersecurity with the common mortals, they don't understand cybersecurity, they don't understand what it is about, and they don't understand how it works. And we do have this wrong idea about cybersecurity. When you think cyber, the first thing you see is a man with a hoodie in the dark doing computing. And when you talk about it with common mortars, they are okay, but that's not me, and I don't know how it works, and I won't be able to do cybersecurity and to understand and to be more secure. And that's why we, as Campus Cyber, we really want to work on that, to work on the attractiveness of cybersecurity. We want to change the image of cybersecurity, maybe working, I don't know, on images, on television, on TV shows, I don't know, but there is really something to do about it that we are currently thinking about. Also, there is something to do about breaking fears, because if you don't understand a field, then it's really hard to feel yourself concerned about the question. So I really think the last month and let's say years now with the COVID and the whole situation that we have known, everyone is now pretty aware of the cyber threats and that the cyber threats is real. So in the years 2022, for example, cyber threats has been included in the top 10 business risk of the World Economic Forum. So this is really something that it's, let's say, better known now, but that we still have to work on to explain to people. And so that then maybe certification will be the way in the end when population will be more aware of cybersecurity and will be more confident, will trust cybersecurity, and will want to get involved also in cybersecurity.
See, you are not the common mortals, it's us. Actually, it's relating trust to the awareness of people. It's making the trust level is the level of certification we provide somehow, but we have to explain that, and it's really important. And also working in groups, I realize it's something that you do in Campus Cyber, right? You like involve groups. So this could be a way forward for certification awareness, right?
Yeah, so it's more the utopia part, I guess now. But just to talk about the utopia of the Campus Cyber, even though it's not that much an utopia, I will explain you, because it's kind of starting to work. So what was an utopia is not that much an utopia anymore. So basically, the base of Campus Cyber, since its creation, the idea is to resolve around an ecosystem frame of mind. So it's a real challenge because the idea is to make the ecosystem actors to shift from a business-oriented frame of mind to a collaborative ones. And so that's why we have many specificity that are links to this ecosystem approach. And in fact, we have work groups that are working together. But first, let me explain you the specificity, the utopia part. So first, we really believe that to foster more innovation and maybe to reinforce our cybersecurity, we do have to have a stronger public and private cooperation. We really believe that without involving both public and private actors, it won't work. And so that's why, even though Campus Cyber is a private company, we do have the state that owns Campus Cyber at more than 44%. And for the innovation, all works that will be welcome on the Campus Cyber will be public and private, always. Then, what was an utopia, but it worked. So we have an ecosystem, we have an ecosystem governance. So basically, it's kind of hard to understand when you know the private sector, but we have distinguished the capital deposit with the decision-making power. So basically, it allows all members to be equally represented. So the big beneficiaries and clients of cybersecurity, we have put many money in the capital. They have the same voice of the association or the SMEs. And that's really a way also to work together and to be stronger together. And so the other specificity is the presence of beneficiaries, as I said. So basically, we involved both clients and providers of solution into the reflection of the cybersecurity. So as I said, it was the utopia, it was the project, but today it's not an utopia anymore, since we do have some results, because even though we are open since February, there are work groups that are working for more than a year about the subject of common goods. So basically mutualized resources that are produced by the ecosystem for the ecosystem. And so about that, we have all those actors in their plurality of actors that are working together, and they're already producing something. So for example, more than 60 actors coming both from clients, provider of solution, schools, researchers, they have worked on how will be cybersecurity in 10 years, and what we can expect of cybersecurity in 10 years, and what will be also the solution and the things to do to reinforce our cybersecurity regarding this. So that was the first thing. We also have people working on an intelligence database, on an AI platform, also on we have community work. So for example, banks, they're working together about their cybersecurity and how to reinforce their security by sharing data and this kind of things. So this utopia about how to work together is kind of becoming a reality.
I like that. You know, these last 2 years with the COVID were a violent digital transformation. That's why cybersecurity is like taking up so much, so fastly. That's why we need to certify the products to be secure. Just not forget where we are, okay? But the thing now is that just to switch the panel a little bit, I would like to ask if any of you would like to pose a question to the rest. And, you know, because we were heavily brainstorming and there were a lot of things coming out, and I've definitely lost in my notes a lot of them.
A question that I was thinking. Now, we are speaking about certification by design, which is a goal, which is a good goal, finally, because we would like more certification. But we didn't speak about maintenance of certification, and how, if we are in a certification by design process, this maintenance could be easier, or do we have to take care of things to take into account this question of maintenance? Because when you certify a product today, what does it mean for tomorrow? And it's a question that has to be answered. So of course, Cybersecurity Act have some answers, but it was a question that...
I'm not exactly the person to answer, but I can just assure you that we've been discussing about it for ages, also within ENISA and the expert working groups here. And as we all know, also on the telecommunications EU 5G, the maintenance of things and the continuity of certification is a huge thing that we have to address. Not that there are some provisions in the CSA, but how to implement them is another task. Jesus, do you want to comment on that?
Do you have the answer in your notes? Okay. Yeah, it's a complicated question because, of course, at the moment we are at the beginning of the process of certification by design, and maintenance is something that will come sooner than later in consequence as utopia. Myself, and putting my hoodie. So automation. So this is actually one of the things that we are trying to create with Medina, that continuous certification is something that we see as feasible in the future. And in the future, I was joking also with someone in the audience, before 15 years, because afterwards I will retire and then I don't care anymore. So the topic of continuous and the maintenance of the certificate, and really to move away from what we call at the moment operational effectiveness in EUCS. So I think it's something that can be feasible to achieve. We have been generating so much research with European projects that have been working in this direction for already a long time. So my belief is that in the future, automation will play a huge role on the maintenance of the certifications. This should, by consequence, I hope, also help to reduce, for example, the costs And also from the previous panel, they were saying, yes, of course, for us as providers, this will be less certification cost for us. But I hope that also with by reducing the certification cost thanks to automation, that is going to help to convince my grandmother in 10 years that she can buy a product from Bosch, from any other provider. She can buy a product that is certified, and the additional cost that she will have to pay because it's a certified product, hopefully thanks to automation, is not going to represent a huge change. So I hope that we can arrive to that level. I think still we have a lot to do and to explain, to create awareness, and definitely to work together. And ENISA plays a very important role in creating awareness and making communities together to explain them the topic. Because if we don't start working now, I think that then I will retire and will still be waiting for this.
Yeah, and apart from that, anyway, as we realize, even the definitions between the people we define as experts are not the same for things. So we really have to brainstorm and see from different roles of the ecosystem and the stakeholders how they perceive the role in the security by design or the certification by design as it is being defined. I would like to ask you for some closing remarks. I have a lot of notes here. We have touched upon the part of trustworthiness as compared with certification. Kindly, eventually, like trying to define it as such. We have touched upon the granularity of certification, that eventually is a different criterion for how easy or how understandable or how accessible it is. On that part, we touched the maintenance and the cost of it and the difficulty to achieve it. We have touched the awareness and how we can make understandable to different groups of stakeholders the certification benefits and the security benefits by design. And it's quite clear that eventually nothing is utopic if you try. So that's what are the notes I kept, but I would like your closing remarks. What do you take out of this discussion as something to take away and hopefully try to implement? Now I start with Frank.
Just two words. The first one was we think we need firstly to have a scheme, certification scheme, which are achievable, because we need something which is certified. And sometimes we are always saying that we are pushing the bar too high or too low. So we have to make sure that the eye is at the right level. At ANSI, when we before publishing a new scheme, especially for services, we always have trials to make sure that it is achievable. And it is the same way for EUCC and EUCS, where there are a lot of POCs to make sure that we are at the right level. So it's very important because it gives credibility to the scheme, and it's not a thing which is not achievable. And on the second thing, yeah, we think, and we spoke about this, we need a lot of materials at all layers to explain why certification is important. So we like the video from ENISA to explain what is necessary for cabs, what is a certification, because it can explain very easily the final goal. And we need after that, of course, materials from a technical point of view to help the manufacturer or to help even the auditor to make sure that the certification scheme is well understood. So we need a lot of materials and guidance to explain what we want exactly.
Ladies first. Still.
Well, first that I need to get on technical part, but no, more seriously, the first thing that was really interesting for me was to realize how those subjects are important for cybersecurity and how they're the same all around Europe and maybe all around the world. And so I really believe that we have to work on something also together, because maybe we will go still in the idea of working together and being stronger together. This works for France, but I really believe that it will also work at the European level. And so, as Frank said, maybe doing something with the ENISA will be useful, because then it can be used by anyone, and so we can have more time by working together.
I think that definitely I like that, again, the working together, and also something that me personally would like to see, and jokes apart from with Folmar that we can wait 10 or 15 years. I am also a believer and a follower of the just do it. So I think there are already communities and initiatives. I am thinking on Gaia X, for example. They already started with the topic of compliance. It's not perfect, it's failing or not failing. They are learning. Let's learn also from them. So we can wait, and I will just talk in general, we can wait X number of years until we have the perfect certification scheme, or we can start with the first step and then do it in an agile manner to start refining it. But I think that we need to start with something and not to wait it to be the utopia in 10 years.
Yeah, I would like to use these words to close it. So to have an achievable certification schemes that are like getting in phases, so they are achievable, otherwise they are not. And eventually to also involve more players and stakeholders to make them aware of what we do and be together in that. So that's what would be my main takeaway of this. Thank you so much. It was really a pleasure talking to you. Thank you.
So thank you for that, Vasiliki and the panel. I think you sort of left a remainder of 5 minutes, so we can have a technical break now of 15 minutes, and this is the, as you remember, the bad one without coffee. But during the break, people here on the floor in Athens, if you still have questions for the Q&A later, please direct them to the moderators or to me or to Vicente so we can collect them. People online who wants to make some last-minute questions for that session, please use the Q&A tab in the Let's Digital platform rather than the chat, so it's easier for us to collect them. Thank you. People here in Athens and online, shall we try to reassemble again? Sorry for the delay, we had some things to take care of. So please reconvene. And the moderator for this Q&A session will be my dear colleague at ENISA, Vicente González Pedros. And he will introduce the panelists, and they are asked to take their seats. And Vicente, over to you.
Okay, thank you everyone. So this is the last panel, and today in this panel we are going to do a recap of all this meeting of this wonderful day where we discuss a lot about cybersecurity and the steering of the schemes and certification in Europe. So first one, I want to introduce you with Andreas Mitrakas, Head of Unit of Market and Certification in ENISA. Second one, Chloé Blondeau, also from Market and Certification Unit at ENISA and National Seconded from ANSI. The third one, Javier Tallón from GTSEC. And the last one and not least, Basilis Gogou, also from ENISA, from the Market and Certification Unit. So, next slide. Where is the remote is here. So what we are going to do today and now in this last panel is we are going to have this brief introduction on the meetings of the panelists of today. So the first panel was moderated by Andreas. So please, Andreas, if can you do a little tour the table of the people that did the panel and some presentation.
Certainly. So many thanks, Vicente. I agree. Come again? Is it better now? All right, right. So many thanks, Vicente, and let me concur on your view that it was a wonderful day. Indeed, it was a wonderful day. It happens luckily once every 6 months since last time we spoke in this format, and maybe we kept the frequency. We would not have to change that. We don't have to wait for a full year. Now, in terms of the panel, we had, for me it's very easy because everybody is so senior and well informed and with very important key messages. So I have to do is just read through my notes. But looking into Johan's presentation, Johan is the Executive Director of ENISA. The key message was sovereignty, not in a naughty context, on the contrary, in a constructive one, because he clearly pointed to the direction of turning sovereignty and strategic autonomy into a measurable notion, something that, of course, we cannot always, but to a certain extent, fit within the specifications that are suitable for a cybersecurity certification scheme. Can we solve all problems? Probably not. Do we have to? Absolutely not. It's also the job of the member states to do that, and of the Commission, and there's more instruments to address these aspects. But we have to do our part. So that was pretty much my take-home message. Agnieszka Warzik of the European Commission is a head of sector in H1. She's a lawyer, so clearly she verged over notions that have to do with more the policy and the way that the Commission lays it out over time. She highlighted the need for cooperation. She mentioned citizens, trust. Those are valuable notions for us because they match what we do. Citizens are in our KPIs, and trust is our strategic objective in the unit that organized this conference. So it's quite a nice alignment in a way. You got some news about comitology and what will happen by the end of the year. And also there was I think the sweetest part in the end with the funding opportunities. I think that undoubtedly is the highlight of the entire session. Then we had Lukas Kinter of NUKIB in Czechia. What I liked about Lukas's presentation is the notion of the supply chain, because that also associates with strategic autonomy. Of course, we have to look where everything comes from these days, with so many disruptions and challenges. So cybersecurity is no stranger to that, and it's good that it hits the agenda of the Council for the next semester, is from July. I also had one more point. I wish I could find it here in my dodgy notes. I think that's enough. Yeah, I might just come back to it. Then Sandro Amendola is head of division with a very long name at BSI. Of course, gave us a very informed presentation from an important member state point of view. And why is that that important? Is because you need this kind of vision from the member state in order to move forward, not necessarily to legislate, but at least to have a concrete proposal in place. And what I like the most about Sandro's presentation is the association with the NLF, the new legislative framework, which is a massive achievement. I mean, it seems like it's a three-letter acronym. It can't be that valuable, yes, but that represents work since the mid-80s. For the EU. And in the meantime, we had the consolidation of all the standardization work of CENELEC in terms of harmonization, and of course the birth and of course the amazing development that ETSI had since the very late 80s. So now if we manage to complement that with something that makes sense for products, for consumers, that would be, and certification of course, because that's what we do, that would be also a great achievement. And to close, I think I'm taking too long. Cinzia Misiroli is director at CENELEC. She struck me, of course, with the easy association of the work program requirements, both for standardization and for certification, because if we plan properly, I think we can cut down a lot on time and on the throughput costs that we have to promulgate these schemes. There will be cooperation, there will be involvement, but it doesn't have to take that long. And then when it comes down to maintenance, things can become smoother, more predictable, more staggered in a way, if you like. So I think that was important. I also liked the fact that she already had the full list of orders that she has for us in the back burner, and we really appreciate it. So many thanks.
Okay, so now you think you were done, but it's not that easy. So I think we have some people betting online. So who are you expect is going to be the first scheme that is going to be adopted? UCC, UCS, 5G will run fast?
Yeah, look, you give three multiple choices. I will take A. But then I would also challenge the person that asked that to find who gave us the clue from
so
all
who
our
is
knowledge.
UCC or UCS?
I would say
cloud, not people, everybody would know, common criteria, European common criteria, or cloud services?
As an old researcher, you know, a researcher's soul never dies, probably ends in a very bad place in hell. Essentially, the Commission representative gave us the clue. I mean, the CC scheme will be tabled on comitology in autumn, and hopefully we'll have a vote when the vote comes this year. But it's a matter of time once it is tabled, so that's it.
And very related to these schemes, will these schemes will work with open source like OpenCCL, Log4j, open libraries?
Yes and yes, or yes and no. Yes and yes if they fall under the scope of common criteria. Yes and no if they don't, because they would need to adapt if they must be certified. Now, of course, with open source, the key problem that I'm able to grasp is the matter of who manages the code. If it happens to be a clued up service provider, it would not be a problem, because then certification could run as certification does. run. But if it's a distributed association, maybe there further guidance is, but I mean, I think we can trust Philippe and his magic chairing and coordination skills, let alone his knowledge, to provide us further guidance on it.
Okay, so next question. When will be the new version of Union Enrolling Work Program? When will it will be published?
Yes. To be precise, I would need someone else's crystal ball because mine does not have this acronym in it. I checked before I came to this conference. But what I can say is that everybody has done their homework on the Union Enrolling Work Program. Then the Union Enrolling Work Program per se is not a question for ENISA, it's a question for the Commission. And since we do not have a Commission person on this panel, maybe we should not be risking giving a reply. But do we really need the Union Enrolling Work Program to do our job? If we needed it, we would not be here today, because we're here today, we have 3 schemes, one done, one all but done, and one in the works with a clear timeline. So we can also see that in all its wisdom, the CSA had a leeway for anyone who has a need for planning. What we propose is ways to make things more efficient and more effective, to speed up perhaps. But it doesn't mean that the job cannot be done. The job is being done as we speak, and you know it. So the Union Enrolling Work Program, of course, could add a layer of predictability. Delays were to be expected because if I look up in my email box all the unread emails about incoming new legislation, I would come across so many of them because there have been so many legal instruments that have been proposed by the Commission. So it's logical, something that was prepared 2 years ago needs a bit more time to be duly processed. We need to include everything that came as a legislative proposal in the last year or so, and it's plentiful. So I think it's logical that we give the benefit of time to the Commission and a matter that concerns them. And then, of course, we can look forward into being clued up ourselves, because ENISA is currently involved when it should in selected areas in the preparatory part of the legislation preparation process. The Commission didn't have to do it, but it does do it sometimes, like in the wallet, for instance, like in the context of the CRA, the context, not the text itself, of course, because that's a Commission obligation. And of course, that gives us also the ability to prepare, because what we would like to achieve is to have a reasonable amount of analysis before we reach the point where an ad hoc working group is formed and they need to perform and actually put technical requirements together. If we're able to feed the ad hoc working group, not the members, the group, with some informed analysis, I think that would also add to the value that ENISA adds in this process.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we are going to start to the tricky questions, and there are a few around this topic, mixing political and cybersecurity requirements and sovereignty things. So someone is stating that this should be avoided by ENISA in the technical tool of the European Cloud Service Certification. What do you think about it?
Right. Here's a personal view of somebody who's been working for an EU agency, the role of which is to service the Commission and the Member States. So what do we have here? We have a set of technical requirements that are hardly controversial. There's broad expert consensus about everything that went into a scheme for in one case, for another scheme up until a certain point, and then something else came along. But if that something else is required by the member states, or by the Commission, or by both, then somehow we need to find a way. That's precisely what we have been doing. That's what I suggested right from the beginning when Johan chose to talk about sovereignty and you know, just crack the problem open to plain sight. So is this really a problem? In my view, it is not. Why is sovereignty a concern about anyone? If one takes a member state point of view, Sovereignty could interpret it as the ability to become more assertive, to become more developed in specific services or areas, but someone else who renders these services all of a sudden has to a more mature, a more clued up client who might need more, better, more advanced services. That means bigger budgets. So why is that ever a concern? If, on the other hand, somebody wants to service underdeveloped markets, then maybe the EU internal market is not such a good example in the end of the day. So should we be talking or not talking about that? I think we should be talking openly about all issues. I think that's what sets the European Union and its members apart in a global scale. And personally believe that there is a way to sort out the different points of view. Now, if ENISA is the right forum to answer all questions, then I think the answer naturally comes, yes, to a certain extent ENISA can help, because ENISA, that's what ENISA does, but it cannot solve all problems because it does not have the competence to decide or the discretion to act on all aspects of a problem. We have to understand the complexity that notions like digital sovereignty and strategic autonomy entail.
Okay, I'm back to the vetting. Do we have a timeline for the cloud services scheme?
Yes, indeed, and the time is up for us. The EUCS, as far as ENISA is concerned, is a done deal. Gradually it passes to the next beneficiary, to the next party that needs to pass an opinion. That is, of course, the ECCG. It is a timeline, and ENISA is there now standing by to support whatever comes out of this opinion will be met with an updated version to the extent possible. And of course it will follow much like the CC scheme did towards the agenda of comitology. So I cannot put months or weeks on it because it's like many other things in certification, they involve several stakeholders. If we had to just plan ourselves, we would go there very fast, but we have to move along with everybody else. We need to take into account their dependencies, and they're plentiful. The Commission is running a very tall agenda, as we know.
Well, for this question, they didn't mention which of the schemes, but I understand that it's also about cloud services. So the discussion has changed a lot since the previous public consultation. So are we expecting to make another public consultation before the implementing act of the UCS scheme?
I think I'm hearing a legal voice in the back of my head that says that ENISA will carry out a consultation when it promulgates a scheme. And that's happened. It's recognized in the question itself. So ENISA probably would not require a second one. The Commission has its own also consultation rounds when it comes to proposing legislation. At the very least, there will be inter-service consultation for it, but I'm not informed well enough on whether there would be a public consultation about it.
Okay, also about the cloud scheme, how once ENISA and Commission make sure the UCS remain voluntary, and what data will be subject to level assurance high? What is the exact scope for this level assurance high?
Well, on the first part of the question, whether something is voluntary or not, one does not have to look into a specific scheme. You simply read through the regulation, which suggests that the entire framework is voluntary. And up to now, we do not have the instantiation of a scheme being mandatory in a specific application area. Why? Because we do not have a scheme which has been adopted yet. So first things first, right at this moment, I think the first part of the question is straightforward. Data for assurance level high, well, probably it will not be data, we would not certify data. I suppose we certify the service as it comes. It's about cloud services. So we need to look into the service stack and see what exactly we need to certify at level high. I mean, of course, we start with the risk assessment. We see what is the requirement there. Maybe, you know, somebody would much rather prefer to several clients mid-range or relatively low-range services that are certified. So there's a fair degree of assurance about it. Instead of looking for the very few high rollers who could demand high service levels or high assurance levels. I'm not so sure. I'm not in business. I used to be in the private sector a very long time ago, but probably my knowledge does not apply to what happens right now.
Okay, thank you very much, because the next question was already answered, because it was about the timeline of the UCC, yes, and already answered to these questions. So next moderator, dear Chloe, we give you the floor to present your table, your panel.
Yes, today it was more expert views than a panel. We had Krzysztof Siliski from Poland, from NASK, and Roland Atwi from Red Alert Labs. On the topic, what we can really retrieve is that we will get ready together. It's a matter of building collectively. And here we talk about private and public. Roland Atwi from a private cab, while NASK is a CB from national entity. So everything will be together, and the preparation will be at different layers. Before building a strategy, it will need to do an impact assessment. People will start by reading and getting ready technically. What is EU Cybersecurity Certification? So all this work is ongoing work. It has started long time ago, before the CSA, as we've seen in both cases. And also, one key thing is going to be awareness raising for the public, but this will come later by layer as well, starting with the very technical people, the people that need to be implied in it, and in a second time the citizens. So maybe, yeah, we can jump to the question.
Yes, you answer almost the question now, and I know how you will love to answer to this question, because how can you implement a security awareness program that will strengthen the regulatory framework as well as help the InfoSec leaders?
Okay,
Tell me, show me.
Yeah, I will show you. I will start with a video.
Have you heard about EU Cybersecurity Certification? If not, this is what you should know about it. In today's ICT market, how is it possible to compare the level of security of solutions? Some of these solutions call themselves cyber secure and trustworthy, while others carry various labels. This leaves ICT consumers with complicated choices. Developers and service providers wishing to enter new markets might need to comply with numerous security requirements. This lack of harmonization results in high costs for enterprises. To address this challenge, the European Union is developing EU Cybersecurity Certification, which provides evidence of compliance to a given level of trust. ENISA, the European Union Agency for Cybersecurity, is developing certification schemes for ICT products, cloud services, 5G, and more are to come according to market needs. Once in force, each EU country will be able to perform and issue cybersecurity certification under the new framework. EU certificates will be recognized in a harmonized way across the Union. So, what to expect? This way, developers and service providers will only need a single certification to address a market of 500 million EU citizens. Users will be able to easily benchmark ICT products and services based on their needs in terms of trust and security. ENISA is also working on guidance documents for developers, service providers, auditors, evaluators and national cyber authorities to help move forward EU certification. This ecosystem also tests the new certification framework to make sure that the proposed approach and measures are accurate. Follow ENISA on social media to find out more and join us at the ENISA Cybersecurity Certification Conference.
I love it. Thank you, Chloe.
Yeah, so I will just explain
You don't
how
just
we-
need 3D printing, you need excellent quality, quick delivery, and the best quotes.
Want to say it again?
No, just so awareness raising is a program, is a mission that ENISA is leading. So we built this video, for example, it's a second episode. This goes in a more global program where we also want really to have multipliers. So the next campaign will also include toolkits and how to reuse the video, how to talk about certification easily. I don't know if you noticed, but in this video we didn't use any acronyms except ICT. And that was a very big challenge. So we have to make the message more clear. Today, yes, we address a public of experts, and experts that are not specially expert in this topic yet, but that needs to become expert in this topic. And then later down the road, we'll talk to consumers. So for consumers, we won't talk about certification. Certification is very technical. So you will see all along the campaigns that the message will evolve and try to reach a broader audience every time. And yeah.
I don't know why you say we use a lot of acronyms, so I don't know. First time I heard that. Okay, so now, Javier, please, present your panel.
Okay, so hello everyone. Again, it looks like I'm the only one not working for ENISA, so ENISA, if you have a message for me, just send me an email. During this panel, we were lucky to have Gabor Horniak, Professor Nineta Polemi, and Elżbieta Andriukiewicz. And we were discussing about the different methodologies supporting cybersecurity certification schemes. I think that one of the messages that I received and that impacted me the most in this discussion is about the use of tooling to improve our ability to do the work in a more easy and efficient way, and also to lower the bar, especially for the basic level or for the self-assessment. And besides that, I think that the word of the day, or one of the words of the day, is collaboration. So collaboration between standard development organization, collaboration with the schemes, collaborations with ENISA, and also to be able to take advantage of what is already written. So we don't need to reinvent the wheel. There are a lot of documentation that we can take advantage of. We don't need even to restrict to the European level. NIST is also publishing a lot of really interesting information that we can use in our cybersecurity certification schemes. And we need to find the ways to close the gaps between the methodologies that we already have or that we are building and what will be really needed to fit the requirements of the CSA. This is work in progress, but I liked also what Jesus said in his panel of just do it. So we need to go ahead, to go straight forward, to gain experience. This is also supported by the pilots launched by ENISA. So I think that we are on the way and that we will get to something really good.
Thank you. Like start with the bicycle with the 4 wheels to get to the motorbike, no?
Sure.
Okay, so let's go for the first question, not this one. Okay, which and how human factors impact the certification process?
So talking or speaking about human factors in this kind of like very technical conference is a really interesting point that I'm happy that someone raised it. Because at the end of the day, security is about trust. And trust is something that human does. So we have several actors and several stakeholders in the certification processes. We can start from the vendors themselves, that they are developing the products or the services that will be evaluated and certified in the future. They will go to a CAP, to specifically an ITSF, for example, in the case of common criteria, where I feel more comfortable. And there is a trust relation that needs to be established between vendors and ITSFs. And it will be really nice if we can build on these trust relationships. There will be also a relation between the CAP CVs and the CAP ITSFs. So trust, again, is a very important factor that we need to take into account, and for sure between the CAP CVs and the NCCAs. So, of course, human factors are really important in the certification process from this trust point of view, but also, at the end of the day, as far as I know, we don't have automatic machines where you put a product in and it comes out with an evaluation technical report stating if it is secure or if it is not. So at the end of the day, the people that is doing the evaluation work and that is doing the assessment are human beings. So depending on their work, the results may differ. So I think one of the most important things that we need to take care of is how we have intercomparable results in these evaluations doing by humans. So yes, this is.
Okay, you partly answered the next question, because this is also, we don't want to remove your job of certification, okay? So, but what are the exact capabilities and skills that the CAPS needs for using different cybersecurity skill frameworks?
Okay, so the capability and the skills of the people that will do this cybersecurity evaluation or cybersecurity assessment should be checked as part of the accreditation processes. So this is something that the accreditation processes will deal with. I know that the ENISA published a cybersecurity skills framework. Sadly, we currently don't have a clear mapping between this framework and the skills needed to perform an evaluation or an assessment. This may be something good to have, so maybe this is something that we can work in the future. But directly answering or trying to answer the question, currently we have 2 ongoing schemes. In the UCC, the approach is that each ITSF will manage the skills that the people need to evaluate products depending on the technology. For the high level, traditionally in SOJIS, we have had the technical domains with very specific and detailed skills for the people doing the assessment, but it's quite difficult to describe in a very specific way all the expected capabilities. But in general terms, I think that we are looking for I would say clever people that it's able to think in a let's say evil way. So they have this instinct, let's say, to find vulnerabilities and to provide good recommendation if needed by. And besides this technical side, we have also the formal, repeatable, reproducible way of thinking and of structuring the testing to indeed be able to create evaluation technical reports that can be trusted by every member and by every stakeholder in a cybersecurity certification scheme. And just to finish, in the cloud scheme, I know that as part of these accreditation requirements, they are pointing to some person certification. We are not doing that in EUCC, but it may be also be also fine to maybe refer to this kind of offensive security certification, for example.
Okay, I know you have that one. So, talking about what you were saying of vulnerabilities, I guess this question is more related of this sharing of vulnerabilities between the CAPs that we discussed this morning. So, how do CAPs in you exchange knowledge and share data?
Of course, there is a part of the question that may be related with the vulnerability handling and how to exchange this information. But this is work in progress, and probably you will be able to answer the question better than me.
Haven't seen the next one, eh?
Okay, but there is another side of the question, and it's related on how all we as a community of conformity assessment bodies can grow together, exchange knowledge, and be better. And for several years, a lot of people doing cybersecurity certification, we have worked like if we had the Coca-Cola secret recipe. And I think that this way of working is not applicable anymore, and it would be better for all of us if we share the information and learn together. So this is more an objective than reality, but Spanish. But I think that ENISA may play a great role in this sense.
Yeah, sharing is caring, we say in the thematic group. So I know you are going to love this question made by me, and I want you a very good answer because I'm going to write it down for next panels. Maybe they ask me. So, how does the TG on vulnerability handling for certified solutions ensure that they develop a handling methodology which can be used across all the skills? How are you going to do that? Not me, eh?
Okay, so I think that this is, let's say, a 3 steps process. So, in first place, this is kind of an horizontal thematic group. So, someone in ENISA was clever enough to involve people from the 3 different ad hoc working group. So, this is a first step to have a methodology that can be used across all the schemes. The second step probably is that the paper that it's been written is kind of written in a very generic way, but it also deals with the specificities of each of the different schemes. And finally, I think that you plan to launch pilots. And pilots, of course, is a very good way to test if something is working, and if not, change whatever is necessary to get a good solution.
Okay, I think the answer was very good. Maybe not everybody around here knows that I'm the chair of that thematic group, so that I should answer it, but I let you do it. So yeah, thank you. The answer was really good. We have people from the 3 different ad hoc working groups, the UCC, UCS, and now people from 5Gs joining the thematic group. So with that, we are all looking also in the 3 schemes to try to do something that is harmonized, and we also are contacting with the vendors, the CAPs, the NCCAs, also now with the CSIRTs, to try to make everything work together with not very big difference between the schemes. So it's not easy. We have really a nice workshop this morning. We are trying to improve that. And also we did to talk about if the CAPs do share knowledge between each others and information about vulnerabilities. But this is, as he said, a really work in progress. So next one, and this was your last question. So Baso, please, let me put your panel.
Okay, before I answer this question, just the closing remarks I kept because they were like an interesting find out for the utopia on security by design and certification by design. What we kept from this discussion that was really interesting, that we grow together in this, as Javier mentioned. So we learn, it's a learning process. Operational effectiveness and trustworthiness are the keywords, not the by design quota as a buzzword. And I also kept as a very important point made by Frank also that we need to have achievable certification schemes. So it could be useful to have them also staggered, phased somehow. Another part that was really important mentioned by Jesus was that we really need to visit the part that certification cannot be a snapshot in the lifetime of a product or for a service. So we really have to continuously monitor the things we certify, and we have to think about it. And the last but not least was Lucille's input to that, that all of that is very useful, but we have to involve the users, to get them to be aware of what they use and understand how they should use it. So an important takeout is that we need material at all layers from the certification schemes, for users, for experts, and also for citizens, for vendors and stuff. So I kind of, I can present the panel now after I talked about the takeaways. So it was Lucille Briola from Campus Cyber, Jesus Luna Garcia from Bosch and from Medina Project, and Frank Sadmi from ANSI. Okay.
Okay, next question, please. Okay, so this was something that was a little bit answered by Javier before, and if we do this, he will have to find another job. So how could certification by design be enhanced if a standardized security testing API would be defined, which could be used to interface to products to assist with automatic test process in order to accelerate the certification? So are we doing that all? Can we do it?
This was like slightly touched by Jesus. We can try and see what happens, you know. So there are patches, there are efforts to do this. I'm not exactly the expert to answer. On whether a phase certification scheme is an option, actually this is the option. Oh, sorry. I'm checking both screens.
Yeah, this is for me.
Sorry.
No,
so,
it's okay. No, I hear Jesus saying that, and also Jesus wants to automate the vulnerability handlings. We will automate everything. We will need to find another job, all of us. So Jesus, please help us, but not that much. Okay, so the next question, and that is the last today.
On whether a phase certification
is
scheme is an
a phase
option?
certification scheme implementation an option?
I think it's the only option we have eventually. We go on staggered approaches, so yeah, this is the way forward to grow together and learn together. That's all.
Okay, so we do it right in time because there's only one more minute. And so with this, we close this nice and amazing session. Thank you all that are online. Thank you all that are here physically. Tomorrow we continue at 9 Central European time. No, 10, no? Can Chloe? Well, the program is online, but we will see tomorrow. We will continue on discussion in cybersecurity. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Okay.
Well, there's also another